4 stages involved in launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere, and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Ah, yes. Good evening. Good evening. Making things even. Step on it, Roger. That's the only good joke that American Dad ever did. Welcome in, everybody. It's the Mule stream. It's Wednesday, ain't it? How are we all doing? It's good to see you. Steph, welcome in. Jaeger Larson, what's good? Ninny161, hello. Naptaker, good to see you. Prince with the 36 months. Oh my god. It's 3 years. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, Valkyrie, how are you all doing? Welcome in. Apologies for another no stream in the middle of the week. Yesterday, it was basically because the builders were in, finishing the bathroom, but thank God it is done now. Very, very happy that it's done. It's super annoying because before the bathroom started getting done, I was in the middle of doing not a spring clean, but an autumn clean. A spring clean in autumn. And the reason that the problems with the bathroom actually got highlighted to me was because, you'll probably remember, I cleaned the whole bathroom and then all of a sudden, all the water that I cleaned the bathroom with had obviously seeped under the tiles and it was going like a sponge. So I was in the middle of cleaning the entire flat, right? I was going to clean the whole fucking thing. I'd already done the kitchen, and that was the bathroom. I was going to do the other bathroom, and then I was like, oh, fuck, everything's fucked. So now, finally, here we are, a month later. It's sorted. Thank God it got fixed so soon. And, yeah, I can actually start cleaning the fucking flat again, so that's great. So I'm really chuffed about that. I'm feeling loads good about it. But yesterday, it was just, I don't know. I think that, like, yeah, it was, I don't even know what to say. Like, it was just like, the builders came in the morning and it was fine. But then in the middle of the afternoon, I just started to get so fucking tired. And I don't know if it's because of the, like, all the dust in the air from the fucking... I don't know, like, cutting the tiles and shit like that and getting rid of all the fucking, you know, I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I was so tired. I was so fucking tired. Yes, it was just a case of, like, oh my God, there's no way that I can fucking stream tonight. And they ended up staying till about 7 anyway. So I was just sat there, like, tired as fuck. They're still here. I didn't even know about what to talk about on the stream. And that was that, basically. That was that. What do we got here? Back up with a dub. Welcome in, lurking. Hello, PvP. How are you doing? Class is cancelled today. I'm able to hop in. Good to see you. Napa says you have 2 bathrooms. Yeah, I got 1 main bathroom and then, like, a little tiny ensuite next to my bedroom. Because this is technically a 2-bed flat. Because obviously this is the 2nd bedroom and this is where I stream from, so. You know all about grouting? No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know fuck all about grouting, actually. Because the whole time that they were here, I was just in here playing fucking RimWorld, basically. Hello, Rat Acid. How are you doing? Hello, Kairos Rev. How are you doing? Everybody, please go follow Kairos. They're a great streamer, lefty streamer. Go and show him some love. Yesterday and today, I had maintenance people going through my apartment because the bathroom sink came off the fucking wall. So they were reattaching that the past 2 days. Yeah, it's always fun, innit, right? It's always fun when just, like, shit like that happens in a place that you live. And you just have to have, like, people that you don't know in your gaff. You know what I mean? You just don't know who they are. And then, like, one of the guys, like, they were sound, you know what I mean? They weren't horrible. They were sound. But it's one of them, it's like, they were asking me about work, and they were like, what's that room you got in there? What's going on in there? I was just like, oh, yeah, that's where we work from. And they were like, oh, what do you do? And so, obviously, I'm like, oh, yeah, I do a podcast. I do a stream, you know, Monday to Friday and stuff. They're like, you get paid for that? I'm like, yeah, it's mint. I'm like, yeah, it's sick. Not enough. No, I'm joking, but yeah, no, it was funny as fuck. But I just kept thinking, like, because I gave one of them, like, we've got little cards for Red Planet, and I was like, I don't have any cards for my stream, and I'm not gonna, like, tell these builders about my stream, because it's like, what if they just, like, tune into one of my streams and I'm like doing some mad commie shit, and then it turns out that they're like, I don't know, they might be EDL fucking enjoyers, mightn't they? And then they know where I live. And then they fucking dox me, you know what I mean? So I was a bit like, oh, I don't know about this. But, yeah, so I gave him the card for Red Planet anyway. I was like, there you go. And I thought, shit, what if they tune in and they're just like, you know, what's going on here? You're a fucking weird communist, weird terrorist. It's just mad, innit? You know what I mean? You just don't know what people are going to say. But anyway, that's the reason that I didn't stream yesterday, because I was just mad tired. I can't even begin to tell you why. Even though they stayed late, I would have still done the stream if I wasn't so tired. And I just don't know why I was so tired. It must be the stress of having other people in your gaff. And also, like I said, all the dust everywhere, everything, like cutting the tiles and all this shit, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, must be shit to do with that, right? Must be shit to do with that. But I'm here today. I'm back. I've had a lovely day today. I started off the day by meditating. I've started this whole new chapter in my life. Well, it's not a new chapter because I've told you that I've meditated before. I do Kundalini meditation, in case anyone wants to know. I have decided to stop having my phone in my room at night. So I have it on loud for calls, just in case there's an emergency, but I have it on silent for text and all that other stuff. And I basically just put it in the hall outside of my room, because I don't know, I just hate the fact that, like, I get in bed at night and the first thing I'm doing is like Instagram, TikTok, and it's like, oh, it's just such a... Honestly, I don't know. I just really hate it. I'd rather get back to reading. I'd rather watch a film, you know what I mean? Even if I'm just watching YouTube, like what I've been watching at the minute is ambiguous amphibian RimWorld playthroughs. Right? That's what I've been watching at night. But they're dead easy to fall asleep to, because it's just like, he's got a really relaxing voice. This is kind of how he speaks. This is what I'm doing. This is who I am. Oh no, this pawn has gotten a disease. We'll move on. We'll move on. Like that's how he speaks, right? And it's just like a nice, I don't know, he's just got like a nice voice to fall asleep to. And so even if I'm doing that, I feel better than just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And TikTok is a nightmare nowadays. I'm going to do another video about TikTok. I've decided TikTok Live. I've just had so many TikTok Lives recently. Have I spoken about this? stop me if you've heard this one before, but maybe some of you haven't. But like every third video on the For You page on TikTok is like a live stream of some fucking Zionist or some fucking fascist just being like, Israel did nothing wrong, or, you know, whatever, abortion is bad, you know, all the worst opinions, like Trump is great, Trump 2028 and all this shit, and it's just like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, it's just so unusable. It's kind of like how Twitter went, and it's obviously just because Israel has bought TikTok, or like, you know, a massive Israel supporter has bought TikTok. And it's the same with Twitter. Netanyahu literally at that press conference said we're going to have a word with Elon Musk, and now if you go on the For You page on Twitter, it is completely unusable. It is just deathly unusable. Like, you just, every fucking post is literally just like, you know, outside of getting pushed LBC during the Maccabee stuff, I haven't seen any Zionist stuff on my FYP. That's because you're not in Britain. It's because you're not in Britain. And I know that Belgium is not exactly like, you know, not complicit with the so-called state of Israel, but it is definitely like less insane than the UK when it comes to that stuff, right? So it will be the way that the algorithm, like, you know, Netanyahu will be like, where are our key countries that we need support from? And he'll be like, oh, Belgium, fuck them. Oh, France, they're all commies, fuck them. Yeah, UK, definitely. Spain, fuck them, they're all lost. They're all anti-Semites, right? All this shit. So it's just kind of like, okay, you know, fairly obvious where they're targeting this stuff. I can't imagine what it's like in the USA. What's the other one? What's the other bit? Yeah, so anyway, that's why I'm fucking hating scrolling and shit. It's just so bad, and I just think it's bad for us. I just think it's really bad for us to be so focused on these like tiny little screens all the time. I know that like some of you will be watching me on your mobile, and it's like, yo, safe, like, I appreciate you being here, I appreciate you hanging out, but and some people don't have an option, right, because they don't have a PC that you know, can't afford a laptop or whatever, and I appreciate that, but you know, I think it's different if you've actually got like a telly that you can connect to the internet or whatever, or if you've got like a laptop. It just feels more different. Like, the sound quality on phones is so bad, and it feels like it's messing around with, I don't know, our hearing and shit. Like, I don't know, I've had like really bad hearing pains when I've been listening to my phone, like if listening to music on my phone at some point, you know what I mean? Tiny Mule, why? What you on about? Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, what do you mean, Tiny Mule? Hello. Hi, Susie G. Hi, Luna. How you doing? Good to see you. Not checked TikTok since I've had some weird guy blocked on Facebook message which continue harassing me. Yep, fair enough. They're specifically targeting Brits. I didn't think about that. Belgians are irrelevant. Yeah, I reckon so. Oh, the Tiny Mule in people's phones. Yeah. I'm with you. All I see are horrible scenes of ICE terrorizing American citizens. I mean, I see that too, but like, you know, I would normally see that, and I would see, you know, it from a leftist point of view. I would see it from, and if I go on my following page on these websites, I do see it from a leftist point of view, and that's good. Blue Sky is much more usable, right? Blue Sky is much better. I have no idea why so many people are so like anti-Blue Sky. I do think that Blue Sky is like, you know, I do think that there are some people who are like, Blue Sky is the savior and Blue Sky is going to change the world and it's so good and it's actually revolutionary to be on Blue Sky, but it isn't, right? It's just like Twitter was before Elon Musk bought it, which was still bad, but not as bad as it is now. Yeah, the whole waffle shit, yeah, it was just like mad. Absolutely mad. There's an odd, horrible, kind of very lib culture on Blue Sky. I'm about to step out for a few minutes. I was going to put Mule on my phone. Well, you know that would be cringe, so you can't do that. Yeah, it's just very lib, right? It's just very, very libbed up to fuck. So it's a bit crazy. But, you know, like, anyway, I think that stuff's usable. But anyway, as I was saying, it's been good for me to put my phone outside of my room as I've been going to sleep. And for waking up as well. I'm not going to lie, it's made waking up harder because a way that I used to wake up was to literally just grab my phone and start scrolling. And I would get so annoyed, I would just get up out of bed. Whereas now, it's like, oh, this is great. Lying in bed is great. I've forgotten how good this is, but I'm really trying to not fall back asleep. Like, I just have an alarm clock now, you know what I mean? Like, well, not now, I've always had an alarm clock, but I just use that now. And it just feels very like, oh yeah, this is way more normal. It's just way more normal to be doing this. So, to be waking up in this way, and so I've been meditating. So I've been trying to meditate in the morning. I didn't manage to do it yesterday because the builders were in, but I did today, and it felt very, very good to do so. And yeah, that was great. And then I met Han for a coffee, and then we had a little wander around town, and she went to Boots, and I went to Tesco. Well, we both went to Tesco, and then I went for a whiz in the Arndale, and then she went to Boots, and met her back in there, and then we had a little whiz around town looking for some stuff for her for Christmas. And yeah, then we went back, and it's just been nice, and I've done a bit of work today as well before the stream, which has been really good. So there'll be some updates on that on my Patreon, so don't forget to head over to my Patreon if you want more info on the new video that I am writing for my main channel. Yeah, I've done a fair amount of work on that today, and spoke to a bunch of people about doing interviews for it, so that's very exciting. And now I'm here. That's it. When I get rid of this cough, I'm going to start going to the gym after I wake up in the mornings 3 times a week. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm planning on doing as well, Nap Taker. Wake up, meditate, have a scran, go to the gym. And that's why I've been asking about that seitan recipe in the Discord, because obviously, since my liver news, I can't have... What are they called? Supplements. Can't take gym supplements, even gym shakes, even protein shakes and stuff like that. So that's, you know, a bit annoying in terms of like how to build muscle when actually you can't have enough protein, because protein shakes are supplementary and help you build muscle in that way. But seitan is like fucking 70% of the grammage is protein. So like in 100 grams of seitan, 75 grams of protein. And all you have to do is eat, I don't know, some kidney beans, or there's like a kind of protein that you have that makes it a complete protein, because the protein in wheat gluten is not a complete protein unless you add another vegetable to it, which binds together in your body to make a full protein. So as long as you have like a decent amount of like kidney beans or this other, it's like, I don't know if it's chickpeas. Let me just have a little look. What do you eat with seitan to make it a complete protein? Here we go. Seitan is a complete protein. Red lentils, apparently. What else do we got? All plants have all the amino acids, just in different levels. Just eat a high variety of plants. That's the worst response I've ever heard in my entire life. The complete protein myth strikes again. Everything you eat is a complete protein, as another user said. Wait, what? Is that not right? Wait, is this... I've never heard this before. This is good info. Wait, maybe it's not real. I got obsessed after doing a vegan keto diet. Curious if the complete protein thing was part myth. Like, if rice and beans make a complete protein, do you have to eat them together at the same time? Could it be the same day? Wait, why am I looking for this info on Reddit? What am I doing? Why am I on Reddit for this? When I should be looking at, like, actual dietary shit. It's them amino acids. There's 20 overall, and your body can't make 6 of them. There you go. Complete proteins are real. Thank you, Mia. You're a nurse. You should know. I don't know. You're not like a diet nurse, but like, I don't know. You would just know more about this stuff, right? Also, hello, Real. I'm welcome to the stream, and hello, Electro Bubble. Hello. Okay, yeah. So you need to, right? So you just need to eat like, what can you eat with seitan? Okay, so it's saying tofu, tempeh, soy sauce, nuts, seeds, anything like that, and it will make it a complete protein, basically. So there you go. That's quite good. Seitan Viva, what is this? My first mistake going to Reddit. Yeah, absolutely. I heard Bibles are a good source of nourishment. I'm not going to eat a Bible. What you want about? What you want about? How is it made? Protein champion. Oh, sorry, I was chatting rubbish. It's about 24 grams of protein per 100 grams. I don't know if that's true. I think it's more than that, you know. How many grams of protein in seitan? It's 75 grams. No, it is correct. No, that is correct. It is 75 per 100 grams. There's so much fucking shit misinfo online about everything. It's so crazy, honestly. It's completely crazy. So if I wanted to get my full amount of protein for the day, for a workout, in terms of like a workout diet, if I'm trying to put on muscle, I would just need to have 200 grams of protein. In fact, no, that's ridiculous. I wouldn't even need 200 grams of protein because I'm having other bits, 200 grams of seitan, because I'm having other bits as well, because I'll be having like eggs maybe, and also like maybe, you know, the beans will count towards it, the rice will count towards it as well, because you only really need like 120 grams of protein a day if you weigh what I weigh, or like 160 in order to put on muscle. So it's like 160, so 75, so 2 portions of 75 grams would actually probably be quite close to 160. That would be 150. So I wouldn't need that much for sure. But maybe I would just need like 2 portions of 150 grams, like 1 portion of 150 grams split in 2. You can see how bad I am at maths. Anyway, listen, I don't know why I'm just fucking going on like that about this. You get what I'm trying to say. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to be building muscle. I'm going to use seitan to do it. It's going to be better. Everything misinformation. Everyone vegan. Everyone's a vegan terrorist. Hello, Brainrot. How are you doing? Good to see you. Mia says, too long didn't read. Make sure there's a balance of the amino acids. It's kind of weird how he calculated, but generally speaking, if you combine a few different ingredients, you'll be good. There you go. So, yeah, eat seitan, but not just, like, on its own. Mule math is food plus gym equals hench. Correct. I thought the amino acid theory was disavowed by the author herself. So, is that... I don't know. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't know what you're on about. Sounds worryingly like Nutriloaf. No, seitan is great. Seitan is absolutely great. You can make like a vegan vegan Philly cheesesteak out of it, and it's proper nice. Proper nice. And like I said, full of protein, so good for you if you want to get hunch. So that's the plan. Very excited about my life going forward. And I'm getting a new bed in the next couple of months or so. So that's another exciting thing. So everything's great. Everything's good for me. And I'm very happy about that. They use it as an alternative to meat in vegan cultures, apparently. Wait. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I know that. That's why I'm talking about it. Anyway, I wouldn't know about that, but to be perfectly honest, I only know what I was taught. I didn't look into the science myself. There you go. There you go. Who knows? Bed and shoes are 2 things you need to fork out for. Yeah, absolutely. It's fucking nightmarish. Yeah, luckily my mum is just like, yeah, we'll just get you a next bed from IKEA or something. And I was like, okay, thank God. Because, yeah, God forbid I ask for anything else from the owner of this property. Okay, right, so that's it. That's my updates. I hope you're all settled in. We're going to start with the warm-up stuff. We've got warm-up stuff to get through. First thing that I want to talk about, I just want to have a little read of this. I'm not too invested in it. I know some people who are kind of invested in it, but I don't know. It's just more and more completely absurd stuff regarding... That's right, it's your party. It's your party. Yeah. Your party to launch legal action against 3 of its rogue founders, sources say. So it's cool that they're calling them that, isn't it? That's great. And what does this mean? So, left-wing party seeks to recover donations and data from company run by Andrew Feinstein, Jamie Driscoll, and Beth Winter. So, to be clear, this was the original portal where a lot of people signed up for membership of your party, and that was announced by Zara Sultana. And as I covered it when it all happened a couple of months ago, you know, I was saying, oh, it looks like Zara's getting rat fucked and the members are not getting what they asked for. And there's a bunch of people in the echelons of your party that are just being completely absurd. Corbyn, shut up and retire to your allotment, mate. Well, many people are saying this. Many people are saying this. I did see Zara firing shots at the Greens. I don't know if it was firing shots at the Greens. I think that she was just like... I do think that what's happened with Zara Sultana now is that she has been, like, whipped in the sense that, you know, like, they have a party whip in some traditional parties, like the whip. You know, do what we say. This is the party line. Adhere to it. Otherwise, you'll be punished. I think that that's what's happened with Zara. And I think that the people who are heading the party are desperate to say... everybody's saying that there's no difference between us and the Greens, and we need to make sure that that's not true. And the way that we do this is that we say, oh, well, the Greens aren't member-led and the Greens don't have this. But, of course, none of that is true, right? I found the whole song and dance they did about the Greens' defections really fucked. It was, yeah, pretty embarrassing, right? Pretty embarrassing stuff. So what is this story about? What is this story about? The story is about how they are going to sue... So your party as it stands now, so that will be the Carrie Murphy, Jeremy Corbyn, Adnan Hussein, Ayub Khan structure of whatever is happening behind the scenes, where they're now doing this top-down decision-making stuff, but they're having assemblies all over the country that are essentially going to shape policy somehow or whatever. Hard to see how it's going to be anything other than a consulting thing. You know, we consulted with our members and they said this, but then some members are like, wait, we all voted against this. You know what I mean? Who knows how it's going to go? But those kinds of heads in the party, it seems to be, are now saying we need to recover our funds from the initial Zara Sultana portal, membership portal. Now, what does that exactly mean? So they're going to use members' funds that have been put into this new, the apparently appropriate party coffers to sue, to get legal, to pay for legal action against the other people, Andrew Feinstein, Beth Winters, and Jamie Driscoll, to sue those people for MOU operations, which is the original holding party, right? The original holding account. They're going to sue using members' money to get members' money back from that group of people so that they will get more members' money back. So in no way is this good in any way, right? So your party, let's read more of this. Your party, the left-wing party steered by Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana, says it's preparing legal action against a group of its own founders after a final deadline to hand over at least £800,000 in donation passed without payment. The Guardian understands. Figures close to the party accused directors of MOU Operations Limited of having gone rogue, holding supporters' funds to ransom and undermining its founding process, despite direct pleas from Jeremy and Zara. Party insiders said they reluctantly agreed to initiate legal proceedings after exhausting every possible alternative to recover the money still held by the directors of MOU. But by the way, if we're looking at this on a budget sheet, this is only going to result in a loss. So how much money are they going to spend on this? They must have priced it up and said, you know what, it won't be as much as £800,000, so we're going to do this. But here's the problem. They could lose, couldn't they? They could lose this legal challenge. And if they lose this legal challenge, they will have to pay more money, which is more money of members' funds. Now, here's the crack with this, yeah? Zara Sultana has been on shows or podcasts or something this week to say that your party is different from the Greens because they're member-led and they have assemblies and the policies are member-driven and member-led and everyone votes on policies and that's how it's going to be. Not only was that completely incorrect, but this is proof that your party isn't even doing this. Because what are your party doing? What members have asked for this? Is this a member-led decision? No, it isn't. So they've got all this members' money in a bank account somewhere, and now they're deciding how it's going to be spent without consulting the members. So it's a complete hypocrisy in terms of what they're promoting this party to be, and it is insane. And you know what? I will always hold my hands up and say, I can't believe I fucked up. I absolutely fucked up when I was trying to defend this party after the Adnan Hussein fallout with transphobia and shit like that. I've been very open about that, and I feel bad about trying to say that people should go in and you know, change policy and shit like that, even though I do believe that if people want to do that, particularly cis allies of trans people, if they want to try and change that, then they should. But, you know, even I did not think it could get this bad. I genuinely thought, that sounds like a major hiccup. Shit, I know a lot of people are really concerned by it, but it doesn't sound like it's like a huge problem in the long run. We'll be able to save this. This is just insane. This is just insane. This is just completely absurd. There's nothing here that makes sense whatsoever, other than it seems to be a political power struggle that is poorly understood by some of the people in the party. I do not think, when I look at this now, when I observe this and try and analyze it, the way that I feel about it is that it seems like some people decided to set this party up with one thing in mind, which was this is going to be a real vanguard party. It's going to be the true socialist alternative. This is the party of the revolution. This is the party of the people. And some other people were like, we're just going to run this like the Workers' Party of Great Britain. We're just going to make another Workers' Party of Great Britain. And this is the thing I don't get. This is the biggest thing that I don't get. If you want a party that's like the Workers' Party of Great Britain, just join the Workers' Party of Great Britain. What are you talking about? It's right there. If you want a so-called socialist Trotskyist party that is doing, fucking transphobia and all this, like, we're going to throw minorities under the bus just so we can get some kind of socialism in our country, just join the Workers' Party of Great Britain. It's fucking right there. They're already doing it. Go and fucking suck George Galloway's cock, man. Do you know what I mean? Do whatever you want. But, like... so, like, I don't understand what people... What reason they've got to support this kind of shit. And then if you want, like, a party that is member-led, but still like a political party that isn't quite the vanguard party, but it's gonna push the Overton window to the left, then you could just join the Greens. Like, at this point, it's like, you've just fucked it up. That's all it is. You've just fucked it up. And loads of people are just, like, moving money around without making decisions. And then what you're gonna end up having, what you're actually gonna end up having... when all this is said and done, when this legal process is going, you're going to get members who are going to start to say, I want my money back. You've missold me. Yeah? Like, you have missold me. And that is a completely legal defense, a completely, well within people's consumer rights in this country. To be like, hey, you advertise this party as this, and it isn't this, I need my money back, right? And collectively, there's going to be a bunch of people who are like, I need my money back from your party. I gave £50. My direct debit is there. It's set up. I've cancelled it, but you've still got my dough, and I want it back. And that's just wild. That's just completely wild. They are setting themselves up for failure so much. Jeremy and Zara seem solid as individuals. It's just a bunch of free radicals who weren't 100% on board unless they got something out of it. Yeah, it's the fucking... It's the landlord class that are in the party. It's Ayub Khan, it's Adnan Hussein, and it's the other guys who are just like, fundamentally, yeah, we want to free Palestine, but actually we're landlords and we don't want to be anti-landlord, and we don't, we actually don't care about abortion rights, and we don't care about trans rights. In fact, we're opposed to them. So that's where we're up to with this. Welcome in, Husker. How are you doing? Good to see you. Are they getting money out of it? I don't know. PvP, not sure. You should see our Brazilian Trotskyites who support the Taliban. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Hey, Brody G. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, lawsuits. That'll be it. One big lawsuit. Everybody needs to firmly believe in a vaguely leftist liberal political project and have their hopes and dreams completely shattered. I hope enough people learn the right lesson from this. Yes, correct. Seems like basic sabotage, nothing new. They have a rat fucker inside the house, to be expected. Any effective resistance will be met with an unbelievable amount of violence, betrayals, and full spectrum amount of fuckery. No, I don't think it's sabotage. I genuinely don't think it is. I think that some people genuinely thought that they were going to be in a traditional political party, and some people were like, nah, this is actually like a really important vanguard party, and we need to make this as popular as possible. I think it's that, right? I don't think this is spy cop shit at all, or anything like that. Party insider said he reluctantly agreed. Yeah. MOU's Andrew Feinstein, the anti-apartheid activist who ran as the independent candidate in Keir Starmer's constituency, Jamie Driscoll, former North of Tyne mayor, and Beth Winter, former Labour MP for Cynon Valley. The three helped shape the movement's early structure before relations broke down. The latest row threatens to overshadow and affect the party's first national conference in Liverpool next month, where members are due to approve a draft constitution and elect a 21-member executive. One person close to the conference planning process warned the party could be forced to invite fewer delegates because of the lack of funds and data. What do you mean? What are you talking about? The £800,000 pot currently held by MOU is a master membership donations to the party from early July after Sultana's unilateral announcement that she and Corbyn... Again, it wasn't unilateral. This is just... It is embarrassing. It's completely embarrassing. By the way, this was Jeremy and Zara at the World Transformed that I attended. I did not go to the Your Party stuff at the World Transformed, just so you know, chat. I did not get involved in that shit. Unilateral announcement that she and Corbyn were co-leaders. Sources close to the party said an agreement was signed in July, referenced Your Party's original privacy policy, electoral commission. The MOU directors have been accused by sources of refusing to transfer the pot of donations. Party insider said the deadline for final transfer had passed on Friday night. I doubt that this was a properly agreed final transfer thing. I doubt that it was at all. I think that it's just that they're being shitty about it. Lawyers have advised Your Party directors not to take ownership of MOU because of potential liabilities connected to the portal's launch, leaving legal action as the last route. The fight highlights the deep fractures within the party that has been pitched as a fresh start for Britain's left. Yeah, well, sack it, whatever. Whatever, man. Like, we've got the Greens. That's good for now. I hope that, the thing is that what needs to happen, here's my take from all of this, right? There are currently assemblies that are being run by trans people all up and down the country. There are also housing assemblies that are being run by housing activists all up and down the country. There are some degree of trade union assemblies that are happening as well. And there are also a degree of, community assemblies that are being held by racialized people. And what needs to happen is there needs to be an agreed within each city or town or county, however it's going to be organized, wherever you are, there needs to be a coalition of these assemblies. I think that that's the push that needs to happen. The trans assembly needs to meet with the housing assembly, needs to meet with the anti-racist assembly, etc., etc., etc. And then you've got a coalition of workers' rights, right? You've got a coalition of workers, a Soviet, if you will, right? And then there needs to be a federation of those councils, and that's how you actually create a vanguard party. We cannot expect bourgeois politics to give us a vanguard party. You just can't expect that to happen, you know what I mean? Because of what's happened in Your Party, there have been some organisations who have said, yeah, we're looking to do that. But again, this is just such a nightmare. And it just proves that something like this is always going to be affected by the material interests of people who believe that they should be in charge. Mainly the landlords within the party. So, there you go. All right, next up, a little bit of brain rot. One of our favorite bits of brain rot. It's AI brain rot. Now, let's have a little look at this, chat. What's this person saying? Tech Haller. Who is this? Who is this person? Senior telecommunications engineer and developer, sharing daily insights on generative AI. So this person could easily be AI themselves, but they're probably not. Partners, Runway, Leonardo, Kling, Freepick, Higgsfield, LTX, join me. Hey chat, do you know who Leonardo is? That's an Israeli weapons factory. That's an Israeli weapons manufacturer, Leonardo. Yeah? That's who that is. So let's see what Tech Haller says. This is a whole thing here. Sitcoms will never be the same. This is fully AI generated in LTX2. Check out my latest Hailu T.2.3. Right? Let's have a little look at this. Yeah? He says sitcoms will never be the same. Except for... What's this? It's looking kind of similar to something I've seen already. Isn't it, chat? I recognize this color scheme from an apartment in a sitcom that I've seen in the past, and I didn't enjoy it very much. And also, these two people kind of look like people I've seen in a sitcom before. No, it can't be. He said it was never gonna be the same.
Oh, that's just great, Rachel. What did I do?
Pizza!
Already interacting like not normal people.
What did I do?
Pizza's here!
Oh look, it's kinda sarcastic guy, and his face is becoming a demon as he puts the pizza down on a plate of coral. There's like a plate of coral here. Or scrambled eggs. Also, the pizza is already open. In fact, he's got the pizza out on top of the box.
I'm telling you, it was a deliberate move. There's no way that could be intentional.
Who's supposed to be speaking here? What's going on with the back?
Oh, you guys are so funny.
Two people saying the same thing at the same time. Right, now, here's a mad thing, chat. Here's a mad thing. Have you noticed how all of these guys are just the same? Every single one of these guys is just the same. Just like the same guy, but like 5 times.
Brick.
Go back and look at the guitar. Let's have a look. Yeah. She like has she's holding the guitar. Also, holding the guitar for no reason. Why she got the guitar out? Guitar starts to appear on this one's back.
Oh, you guys are...
Like, look at the state of this. Look at the state of this. Backwards hands. Yeah?
Oh, you guys are so...
Dope. That's so good. That's so good. That's anti-white racism. You're a race traitor. Hell yeah, proud of it. You better believe I'm racist to whites.
So funny.
As there...
The guitar just like... phases through her one arm and then she like does some business with her arm, but the hand is still on the guitar. The guitar's also warped. It's been left out in the sun.
As there's some bricks, there maybe, and my ma and running house.
Also, that was complete nonsense.
Maybe and my ma. There's some bricks, there maybe, and my ma and running house.
What? There's some bricks and maybe and my ma and running house.
As there's some bricks, there maybe, and my ma and running house.
What? Is the audience laughing because that's incomprehensible?
All right,
do? I just said I...
Two hands on his back, look! White guy number 2 is like when the Sims talk. This is like what English sounds to non-English speakers. Yeah, exactly. Right, watch him. He puts his hand around his back.
I do.
Right, one hand.
just said I killed...
Smelly cats.
There was another one. Right?
Smelly cat, smelly cat. What are they feeding you?
What is happening? What is happening? What is this? What is this? Why did they think that would be good to share? Why did they think that would be good to share? This bit is crazy. This bit is fucking crazy. Yeah, just throw a ball up, miss it with your hand, another version of you comes out of your back, it's like the substance, but not as good, and then you sit down next to each other, but actually it's a different person, somehow. Right. So, it's just Friends, but worse. It's just... Friends was already bad, why would they trade the AI on it? Because that's all AI is, right? It's literally just, oh, how do we make more sitcoms? Well, people don't want to take a chance on new ideas, so we just make the same thing over and over again. So what we do is we just feed it Friends. We just give it loads of Friends. This is Limbo, the first circle of hell as described in Dante's Inferno. Yeah, completely. All TV will be this now. I mean, the crazy thing is that all TV is this now, right? All TV is this. It's like, if you see like a new kind of sitcom, it's just basically Friends. It's basically Big Bang Theory. It's basically, you know, whatever. Friends, but you're in the K-hole. You know what? That is the biggest relation, like, that I made to this in my head when I watched it, right? When I watched it, I was like, I'm getting like a feeling about this. And I don't know what it is, and I can't place it, but you're right. It's like when you're in a K-hole. It's like when you've done too much K. When you've sniffed a load of ket, sometimes what happens is that you, like, completely dissociate from reality, and, like, everything that happens is very, like, stark, and it's, like, not a really good way to describe it, but it feels like this. It feels literally like this. It literally feels like this AI shit. You kind of, like, just sat around going, like, what just happened? Right? It's just like that. It's just literally like that. Hey, Sorka, how you doing? Good to see you. How I Met Your Sign Friends. Yeah, literally. Nonsense Nightmare Friends. I would pay for AI Red Dwarf, but to be fair, they could never recapture the early seasons. No, don't do that. Don't pay for any AI stuff, ever. We must reject it. It is completely evil. Don't ever give it any of your money. All right, some other news that I wanted to look at while we get warmed up, but let's take a look at this. Yo, Old Owl Hootin', how you doing? Welcome in. Did I miss someone else in the chat? Someone else came in? Mr. Noobster, yeah, good to see you. Hello. Did someone else come in that I missed? Welcome in, everybody who's just come in. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, so getting into some more serious news, yeah? Getting into some more serious news now. Dropsite News says, Guardian UK, arms linked to Sudan militia accused of genocide. So this is about the rapid support forces in Sudan. 2 UN Security Council dossiers seen by The Guardian reveal that British-made small arms systems and engines for armoured vehicles were recovered from battlefields used by Sudan's rapid support forces, a militia accused of genocide. Not just a militia accused of genocide, but let's be frank about it, a Western-backed rape army that fucking rapes women to death and murders kids at will. Right? That is exactly what the rapid support forces are in Sudan. They are committing a genocide in Sudan, and it is completely backed by the UAE and the UK and the Western powers. So, waiting for the day that Sudan action pulls up. You know what I mean? Because if there are weapons factories in the UK that are sending arms to the UAE that are then being sent to the rapid support forces. It is every person's duty in this country to do everything they can to prevent that from happening, right? Yeah, RSF have 2 degrees of separation from Israel. What did you expect? Exactly. What can anyone expect? So this is some really important news. This came out the other day. Now that we've got this information, I think that it is time that direct action groups start to do direct action that is completely legal. Yeah. And I'm not encouraging anyone to commit any crimes, but I think that blockading, using your freedom using your freedom and using whatever laws you can and whatever leverage you can, speaking to your, to your representative. Powerful Finger, hello, how you doing? The sad thing about Sudan is that other than the civilians suffering, there are no good sides. SAF and RSF have both been killing civilians. There are even some players who arm both sides. Yeah, but I still think that you should do everything that you can to prevent any of those sides to be able to do the things that they're doing. And I think that, like, if one side is the, albeit colonially historically influenced by colonialism, bad government that is made up of people who are born in Sudan, live in Sudan, understand the problems of Sudan, and the other one is a foreign-backed entity that is literally just designed to cause chaos and sow dissent and shit like that. I think that one of those is far less, what would you call it? Far less legitimate in terms of, whether they should be doing anything in Sudan. And I'm not saying that the other, government, I'm not saying that the government should be doing the things that it's doing and committing human rights atrocities, but it sounds to me like one is a foreign-backed force that is literally just there to enable human trafficking, a slave trade that goes to the UAE, where they literally have slaves that are building all the big towers and all the wonderful stuff that you see and all the tourist adverts that say come to Dubai. Literally everything there built by slaves, probably from this fucking genocide. I think that one party is a more legitimate in terms of, like, I'm not saying that we should support them, but in terms of, like, who do we have a direct ability to disrupt? And whoever you have the direct ability to disrupt who is committing war crimes, then yeah, you should do that, right? Okay, so lack of attention African genocides and atrocities seem to always get is maddening. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've said it before here on the stream when it comes to when people talk about queer rights in the Imperial Core, they often do not talk about the queer rights that black Africans have, because there is just an overwhelming amount of anti-black racism within the Imperial Core. And I think that you're absolutely right, Sorka Flora. I don't know if Afrophobia is a correct and generally seen to be accepted term among anti-racist activists and anti-colonial activists, but I don't know, maybe it is. The term that I have heard most often is anti-black racist. But yeah, the anti-blackness that exists in the UK and the Imperial Core more broadly, of course, does mean that these kinds of atrocities just don't get looked at. And again, it does kind of depend on how much involvement colonialism has had in, having things like homophobic laws being passed in Africa and shit like that, and how much direct connection we have to those states that are doing these things, whether we can have any kind of a say in it or anything like that. And, it always feels very colonial for a white person to be sat there going, I don't think, etc., etc. I don't think XYZ should be happening. I don't think that this African country should be ruling like that. But you have to listen to what African activists are saying on the ground, don't you? And that's the real reality of it, right? You know what I mean? And if I've ever spoken up about stuff like that in the past, it's because I've heard African activists say things like, yes, this is a colonial era rule, and it is something that does not abide to the indigenous culture of whatever country it is in Africa. I think the most recent one that I can think of is Uganda. There was an anti-queer law passed in Uganda, and queer activists on the ground were basically saying, look, the last prince before colonialism in Uganda was literally bisexual, had male and female concubines. You know, again, queerness is just part of human history, right? And white supremacy and hegemony and imperialism needs to smash that out in order to exert control, because of course, you know, if you have a nuclear family, it means that you can exploit your wife. Your wife does all the housework while you go into fucking work and work yourself to the bone, and that's what imperial powers and capitalism wants, right? Anyway, I've kind of gone on a little bit there, but you understand where I'm coming from with that. And I'm not an expert on this. I'm not nearly as well read as I should be about this stuff. I will admit that, absolutely. We can always keep learning, right? We can always keep learning. And I think that that's what I'm trying to sort of encourage people to do here. And I think it is important that we look at this stuff. When stuff comes up about the UAE-backed genocide in Sudan, I think that the initial thought should not be, well, we can't really support anyone. I think that the initial thought should be, well, do we need to support anyone? Should we just be disrupting a genocide? And the answer to that is always yes. Whenever Africans try to rule themselves for themselves, like with Lumumba or Sankara, the West kills them and replaces them with a stooge. Yes, correct. Africa's had too many white supremacists showing up and indoctrinating them to hate under the guise of building them infrastructure. Yep. Ted Cruz wanted to bring friends to Uganda when that law passed. I heard about that. Similar to the dynamic in wars between states, workers have no fatherland. We got to support the people against imperialism. It's not about picking a team. We have to stop arms exports, colonial exploitation, and shit. Correct. Absolutely correct. So moving on from that. Last little bit of warm-up news that I want to take a look at. Former Tory councillor quits Reform after 20 days. Holy shit. So this is some UK-related electoral politics stuff. The Reform Party, as you all know, it's the far-right party in the UK. Tories have been quitting the Tory party and joining Reform in droves, and that is because, of course, Reform represents the far-right policies that every fucking Tory party member has wanted for decades. So, of course, that's why they all go to Reform. But then when they go to Reform, they go, oh shit, this party's not nearly as organised as the Tories. It's very shit and very bad. What is this one particular guy saying? Mark Whittington says his reasons for leaving Reform UK are personal. So what's he saying here? Councillor who quit the Conservatives to join Reform UK earlier this month has stepped down from the party after 20 days. Grantham councillor Mark Whittington will now sit on South Kesteven District Council as an unaligned independent member. He left the Conservatives on the 7th of October, telling the media that the party was over and had failed to deliver change. Incredibly funny because he's correct about that. Whittington said his reasons for leaving Reform UK were personal and related to my Twitter and Facebook posts regarding my recent health issues. Highly unlikely. According to the local Democracy Reporting Service, Whittington is recovering from a mini-stroke and a bleed on the brain he suffered earlier this month. The Reform group now consists of 3 councillors on South Kesteven District Council. So there's one or two things that's happened here, chat. Either this Tory councillor had a mini-stroke and a bleed on the brain. It says earlier this month. It doesn't say... It doesn't exactly say when this was in the month, but he left the Conservatives on October the 7th. Did he have a mini stroke and a bleed on the brain and then join Reform? Or did he join Reform and then was he immediately met with the sheer incompetency and corruption and, you know, lack of direction of Reform in trying to make anything better in the UK? And is that what gave him a stroke? Is that what gave him a stroke? I don't know. Answers on a postcard, please. There's not too much information about this, but we are seeing more and more things happen of this nature with regards to Reform. So there we go, chat. That's the end of the warm-up section, and we are just about to go into an ad. Don't forget, if you want to miss the ads, please consider subscribing. It means that you get ad-free viewing and you get a bunch of emotes that we worked on, and it is very, very good. and they're very, very fun, and you will like them a lot, I promise. It also means that you'll be supporting me, your boy. Now, we've already hit the sub goal for the month here on the stream, and what I would really like to hit in the next 2 days, because it's the only 2 days that we have an opportunity to do so, is the dono goal. So please consider. You can see just literally right beneath me there, we're at £315.98. What that means is, chat, is that we need to hit £84.02 by tomorrow. So that means we need to be doing £42.01 on each day. So if there's 20 people here, if you just donate £2 each, yeah, we will hit that goal today and tomorrow. Literally 20 of you. And if there's 40 of you, if you all donate £2 today, then we will also hit the goal today. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean for you, the watcher, the viewer? Well, what it does mean is that if we hit that goal, if we hit the dono goal and the sub goal, because obviously we've already hit the sub goal, but if we hit the dono goal as well as that, I will be doing a bonus stream next month where I'm doing an IRL stream. We are going to go around Manchester and do a bit of a walking tour. I'm going to go where Karl Marx was staying. I'm going to be going down by Hume. I'm going to be going to Salford. All these kinds of places, go on a big walk, and the whole time I'm going to be chatting to you on the stream on a little gimbal and, yeah, on my phone. And it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. You'll enjoy it. So please consider tipping. That's what you're tipping for. Also, you're just tipping because you've either watched the stream and you've either enjoyed something, or you've learned something, or you've, laughed, you've had fun, and also you want me to be able to pay my rent, pay my bills, and afford food next month. And of course, I am getting topped up by Universal Credit at the minute, but it doesn't exactly mean that I'm earning a lot of money when I get topped up by Universal Credit. Ideally, I would like to be earning a national minimum wage. I understand that I need to be growing the stream in order to do that, but please consider, please consider donating, because, that would be really, really good. Yeah, just give me money. Just give me money, I guess. That's that. Okay, so we're going to get into the main subject, number one of the stream. It's about the ceasefire ceasing to be a ceasefire. Was it ever really a ceasefire? Of course it wasn't, as the so-called state of Israel always does. It says, you cease, we fire, and that's how it goes. So, yesterday, Israel decided, the so-called state of Israel, the Zionist project, decided to launch strikes against Gaza. Of course, it targeted civilians rather than military positions, because it has not been... Oh, shit, Mr. Noobster!
Appreciate what you do.
Mr. Noobster, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Really, really appreciate that. Chat, if you want to be just like Mr. Noobster, hit up the tip link in the chat right now. We might even have an unofficial hype train where we listen to some tunes. Thank you so much, Mr. Noobster. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. What else was I going to say? Yes, so back to the news. There was an alleged attack by the Al-Qassam Brigades, the resistance, where apparently an Israeli IOF position was attacked, but there were no casualties reported at all, even on the IOF side. Now, interestingly, the order to attack came as soon as Netanyahu got out of court. Of course, we know how fascists work. When they get angry, they just want to kill people, and if they can kill people, they'll get away with it. Netanyahu is... Yo, Aslan!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Chat, give Mule money.
Aslan, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Holy shit, chat, that's £15 already today. If we can get that to, what would be 40 take away 15, 35... 25. If we could get another £25 today, that will be the dono goal for today hit. So just think about that, chat. 5 more people donating £5 each, and we can make it happen. 1 more dono, and we'll start an unofficial hype train. We'll listen to some tunes. We'll have a good time. That's how it's going to go. Okay, so back to this. Yes, I smell a lie, says Old Owl Hootin. Absolutely. Netanyahu just decided he wanted to bomb Gaza, and he also wanted to satiate the settlers' bloodlust for Palestinian blood, because ever since the ceasefire has been happening, settlers in the state known as Israel have been going, what the fuck is happening? Why aren't we doing the genocide anymore? Why is Donald Trump, the guy who wants us to do the genocide, not letting us do the genocide anymore? I don't understand it. Why can't we just murder Palestinians? What the fuck's going on? And so it's a twofold thing. It's to satiate the people who are mad at him for adhering to the genocide, and it's also because he loves murdering Palestinians as well. So it's these two things. Of course, the US has sanctioned these strikes. That's exactly how it goes. But we've noticed a bit of an interesting change in the dynamic. So let's take a little look at this, and we'll read into it, and we will figure out what is going on. So we've got a report here from Al Jazeera, which is saying that funerals across Gaza are happening as the so-called Israeli state violates the truce, and it killed 104 Palestinians. Now, this is since the ceasefire started. So, of course, it is not a ceasefire, again, as the Zionist entity demands. You cease, we fire. Hamas and the resistance has remained, with the ceasefire. They've said, no, we're going to continue the ceasefire. We're not going to attack any positions. And I do not think that they have. So, what do we got here? Zionist entity says it has resumed enforcing the ceasefire after 104 people were killed in strikes across Gaza, including 46 children, according to medical sources. US President Donald Trump says Israel hit back after a soldier was taken out, but claims nothing is going to jeopardize the ceasefire. He also says Hamas has to behave. So there is a clear bias towards one side not honoring the ceasefire here. And also just believing what the one side says. And of course, that's the case for Trump. Just completely whatever, like completely regardless. So that's what's been going on there. A bunch of people, were martyred in this attack. So in response, Al-Haq, the Palestinian human rights group, has welcomed a recent report by the United Nations expert Francesca Albanese that outlines how third-party states enabled Israel's war on Gaza through their continued support for the Israeli government and military. In a statement, Al-Haq said it hoped Albanese's finding will finally lead to meaningful, tangible action on behalf of states to bring an end to the daily horror experienced by Palestinians across the unlawfully occupied Palestinian territory. Again, chat, while we were in this period, while things are getting difficult for the Zionist entity, because even though, yes, they're willy-nilly just bombing people with impunity across the Gaza Strip, it does not mean that they have fully recovered from the damage that they have sustained over the course of this genocide. All of the movements, all of the divestments are still in place. All of the ends to arms sales that have happened are still in place. We must push. We must continue to push. It is not about getting complacent. Of course, we can see from this that the ceasefire is a meaningless term. It's a meaningless word, especially when it comes to the genocidal state of what is known as Israel. Death toll rises in Gaza to 109, including 52 children. Oh, sorry. I was wrong about this information. So this isn't even since the ceasefire happened. This is literally in the last 12 hours that so-called Israel has murdered 109 people, including 52 children. So there you go. So it's way worse than I actually thought. It's way worse than I thought. In a statement, the office said Israel is continuing its systematic campaign of misinformation, forgery, and lies aimed at distorting the truth and covering up its ongoing crimes against civilians in the Gaza Strip. The occupation published a list containing 26 names, including 21 photos claiming they belonged to people killed during its brutal recent aggression that occurred over the past 24 hours, it said. Upon careful examination, it was found the list contains 3 incorrect names that are not Arabic and are not recorded in the official Palestinian records, in addition to fictitious names that do not exist in reality, some of which intentionally had no photos attached. So it's saying that it killed 26 people when in fact it's killed 109. And now, to date, so this is to date, They have killed more than 200 people since the so-called ceasefire. So you can see here on this graph that it is actually ramping up, right? It's ramping up day by day. So they're literally doing, what can we get away with? What can we get away with? What can we get away with? Yeah? And that's how it's doing it. It's completely evil. So what else do we got here? Israel is attacking places in the West Bank. Netanyahu is under pressure from the US to ensure that the ceasefire sticks. So while the US is sanctioning some of these strikes on Gaza, it does appear that there is still some pressure from the US envoy to the Middle East. So let's take a little look at what is happening here. This is by Hamda Salhut. The Israeli Prime Minister is surely under a lot of pressure from the Americans. Just last week, there was a large diplomatic tour of the American officials who came to so-called Israel, including the Vice President, the Secretary of State, the U.S. Envoy to the Middle East, and one of President Trump's senior advisors, who are all there to make sure the ceasefire not only sticks, but that they're going to move on to the next phase of it. They met U.S. military officials who are commanding an operations center in southern so-called Israel to monitor the ceasefire and ensure adherence. So we're still in phase 1, in which all of the remaining deceased captives are still to be brought back to Israel from Gaza. There's still a huge sticking point for the so-called Israelis, despite American officials saying they knew it was going to take a long time and it's a difficult task to achieve. The Americans do not want this deal to fall through. They've stressed to the so-called Israelis this is the only path forward. So, an interesting report here. Obviously, this is from information that is from last week. Now, the question is, what I've been saying on Blue Sky with regards to this is, where is the pressure coming from for Trump to make this happen? And I've speculated before in the past that it is the Arab states, it's the Gulf states. It's not just the Gulf states, but the Arab states. So it will also be Indonesia, Malaysia, countries in North Africa that are pressuring. It was a huge group of Arab states that basically demanded the meeting with Trump at the UN General Assembly back in, whenever it was, like a month ago or something. I can't remember when the fuck it was. The Arab states demanded this meeting to make the ceasefire happen. And it is because of a bunch of reasons. It's because there is a growing unrest, not just within their citizenship, but also within their governments. Because even though most of the Gulf states, most of the Arab states are complicit, they're vassal states to empire. They do whatever the empire wants. They're, shaking hands with Trump underneath the table, bribes, all this kind of stuff. There's so much corruption going on. But even within their governments, even within their cabinets, there are ministers who are like, I don't know about this genocidal Israel, and we don't want to do normalization. Normalization is something that was off the table when Trump was negotiating with the Gulf states earlier in the year. Interestingly, that was something that I pointed out at the time. So whether this is Trump conceding to the Gulf states and conceding to Arab states that he likes, that he's getting gifts from, like, for example, Saudi Arabia, UAE, his relationship with Sisi, his relationship with Erdogan, the fact that obviously he knows what is going on with Jelani and he's now rehabilitating al-Jelani's image as the, new prime minister of Syria. We don't know. We can only really speculate. But there seems to be a pressure from the Arab states, especially after the attack on Qatar. There are only going to be more instances of stuff like this because, the way that Israel has been acting with impunity, the fact that its populace is so desperately anti-Arab, I think that every single one of these Gulf states is now going, shit, our sovereignty is at risk, actually. We didn't want to do normalization. It's something that we said we weren't going to do. The US has been demanding it. We know that the so-called Israel is completely insane and they want to fucking just murder every Arab, because when they talk about Palestinians, they don't say the word Palestinian. They say Arabs, right? Because that is entirely what the white supremacist nature of the so-called state of Israel is all about. It's about invading various different Arab states to establish greater Israel. And it's not like the Arab states don't see this. They look at this and they go, I'm not sure I want to cede my sovereignty to these guys. I don't want to do it. So Iraq doesn't want to do it. Obviously, Iran doesn't want to do it, but it doesn't really count itself as an Arab state. It's a Persian state. Egypt doesn't want it. And, Saudi Arabia doesn't want it, etc., etc. So maybe that's the conversation that's happening. Maybe that's what's going on there. And I wonder how much pressure they're going to be willing to put on the US to make Israel stop bombing Gaza, because it doesn't seem to be working over the last couple of weeks. It was already a really shaky ceasefire. The problem that Trump has with this is that he's an ego-driven bastard, right? We've spoken about this a couple of times, and he has said, well, peace in the Middle East, they didn't, they said that it wasn't possible, but it is possible, and we're going to do it. 3,000 years, oh, it's not happened, but that's it. And it's like, that's where he's going to suffer. If this ceasefire doesn't hold, which it isn't, yeah, they keep saying it's gonna. They're like, no, it's holding, and it's like, bro, we can see that they're bombing them. What are you talking about? We can see that they're bombing them. At what point is it just gonna resume a full-scale genocide again? And again, they're still not letting in the amount of aid that needs to be let in. In accordance to human rights groups like UNRWA, who are saying there is still not enough aid getting into Gaza. Not only UNRWA, but just, Palestinians on the ground, like the Hamas ministers, the actual civil defense authorities and shit like that are just like, hey, we actually need way more aid coming in. There's still not enough food coming in. There's still not enough medicine getting in. There's still not enough doctors coming in. We need to be completely unimpeded in this regard. But of course, Trump is not interested in actually doing that properly, because it's all an ego project for him. Now, let's take a look at some other stuff regarding this. We'll have a look at the Al Jazeera report on this. Let's have a little listen.
The United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories has highlighted the complicity of third-party states in Gaza's genocide. Francesca Albanese.
Also, hi, Carnos, and hey, Crimson Tinted. How are you doing? Welcome in.
Says international support for Israel has enabled it to violate international law in Palestinian territories. She calls on member states to suspend trade and military ties with Israel and ensure its full withdrawal from occupied areas. Those responsible for war crimes, she says, including Israeli soldiers, should be actively investigated and prosecuted. Well, let's go directly to her live for us from Cape Town. Thank you very much for joining us here at Al Jazeera. Obviously, this latest development, I'm going to start by asking you, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that all this had been predicted and is predictable. Israel is continuing to kill, to starve, to maim, to displace, and to blame the Palestinians in Gaza. Is there anyone listening to us that had thought that what they called ceasefire was really, or would be really, a ceasefire? Mm-hmm. The ceasefire declared on October 11 has not stopped the assault on Gaza
And again, what I will say is that I still stand by what I said when I was first reporting on this last week, because obviously I had a week off when it was announced, but I still stand by what I said, which is that this was an absolute killer chess move, checkmate chess move in terms of diplomatic international relations from the point of view of Hamas, because they said, yeah, absolutely, we're going to call your bluff, we're going to release all the hostages, and then, you say that there'll be a ceasefire, okay, because everybody's saying all the time, aren't they? Yeah, don't you worry. Sorry, I just read what Sorka was saying and I got completely distracted. Everyone is saying all the time, oh, if Hamas just release the hostages, none of this will happen, right? Well, they have done, haven't they? They have done. And they're still getting bombed. So what's going on? So it's not about the hostages, is it? It's not about the hostages. Even in town today, me and Han were walking around and someone's literally written in fresh fucking chalk, let them go, with a fucking ribbon. And it's like, yeah, they have, bro. Yeah, they actually have, haven't they? So now what? What do you mean let them go? They did. They did let them go. With the assurance that there would be a ceasefire. And there's not a ceasefire. And the genocide is going to continue. So, again, I think that Hamas saying, right, okay, we're going to let them all go. Because we know that the Zionist entity will continue the genocide of our people. Right? And the world will see, oh, they've released the hostages, but they're still continuing the genocide. And they won't even be able to fall back on, oh, well, they've still got some of the bodies. Because it's like, how can they get the bodies out when you're bombing them, dude? How are they going to retrieve the bodies from under the rubble when you're bombing them? What exactly is to be gained here? They want to release the hostages. You're stopping them. And again, it's another situation where Hamas have agreed to this many, many times in principle before. When there have been negotiations on whether to end the war and to release the hostage, to have a hostage exchange, which again, I will continue to say that the so-called Israeli hostages are actually just prisoners of war of the occupying entity, because of course they are. And the Palestinian detainees are actually hostages that have been taken by, a belligerent occupying force. So while there has not been an exchange of these differently described detainees, they have agreed to it in principle in the past, and they have agreed to it many, many times in the negotiations. And then, of course, Israel, the so-called Israeli state, has gone, actually, no, we're not going to do that. We don't agree to it. Oh, you've agreed to it? Right, well, we don't agree to it, and we're going to keep bombing you. So now they're at this stage where the whole world, because Trump has amplified this by saying, like, this is my great deal, I've done this is me, I've done peace in the Middle East, I won a Nobel Peace Prize, right? The world has now seen that actually, yeah, but they gave the hostages back, bro. Yeah, they actually let them go. And yet they're still bombing Gaza. So why is that? At least that's the case, right? So people are going to be able to say that with confidence. Yeah, they let the hostages go. The other thing is that there is just so many more eyes on what is happening in terms of the Zionist entity because of the increased visibility due to this being Trump's personal plan. The media are calling it, right? Trump's personal plan. It's gonna make Trump look like a loser if the genocide continues, which it looks like it's gonna, because so-called Israel has been amping up its bombing of the Strip every day since the genocide. So they're just going to resume bombing the Strip in the normal way, in the way that they've been doing over the last 2 years after this, and all the while they've been demolishing Gazans' homes the entire time. So that's where we're fucking up to, and I think that the increased visibility of this, the increased pressure on Trump, because obviously he's not really interested in ending the genocide, he's just kind of interested in looking like he has. But I think he's dug himself into a bit of a hole in terms of his reputation with the Arab states and his reputation even within his own party, because we're going to have a look at this in a minute. Marjorie Taylor Greene is, again, causing a bit of a ruckus, and the split in the Republican Party over Israel has not gone away. The whole time he's trying to do this, you got to remember, Trump's juggling like 10 different things at the moment, right? He is juggling the so-called ceasefire in Gaza. He's juggling the negotiations with Xi Jinping in South Korea. He's also juggling the invasion of Colombia and Venezuela, which is going to happen very soon. They've already said boots on the ground is going to happen in the next couple of weeks. So look forward to that. Merry fucking Christmas, chat. He's juggling all these fucking things. Something's going to give. And whether that's his, like, brain-blood barrier or whatever you call it when you have a fucking stroke, it looked like he definitely had a fucking stroke the other day when he was talking about AOC. He's also juggling the Zoran Mamdani thing. This is another thing. He's also juggling the Zoran Mamdani election, because the whole time he's saying, like, we can't have a communist, we're going to arrest him. And, like, Republican Party senators are looking to try and, like, denaturalize him, right? When he was talking, when Trump was talking about Zoran Mamdani the other day, he was saying, like, AOC, she's so stupid. If you did an IQ test, I would do so much better. The first couple of questions, they're easy, like, what is a box? Does someone have the video? Do you know what I'm talking about? Hang on, I think it's in the Red Planet Discord. Let me try and find it. Like, Sophie just posted it, and she was like, oh yeah, he's had a stroke. Oh yeah. This is it. Yeah, this is it. Let's have a quick look at this. Oh God, they
have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. Those are very hard. They're really aptitude tests, I guess.
What was he talking about?
Cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine. The first couple of questions are easy: a tiger, an elephant, a giraffe. You know.
What? This line is so good. Hey, speak of the devil, there she is. Everybody, please go follow Sophie. It's so crazy.
Easy, a tiger, an elephant, a giraffe. You know.
What does he mean? The first few questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe.
When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25, they couldn't come close to answering any of those questions.
Read out. It's so good. Yeah, Sophie, I literally, like, we were talking about the ceasefire in Gaza and how Trump is, like, juggling 10 things at once. And one of the things that he's juggling is the fact that he's, like, threatening to get Zoran Mamdani deported if he wins the election and shit like that, right? And I was saying, oh my God, it's so funny. Sophie shared this video of him talking about AOC as an idiot. Like, he's talking about the progressive left in the Democratic Party. He's talking about AOC. Sophie posted that video and said, yeah, he had a stroke in the Red Planet mod channel, yeah. So yeah, that's what I meant by speak of the devil. Yeah, absolutely incredible shit. Completely incredible scenes. This is what a man melting looks like. Yeah, he's the incredible melting man. You want a good Halloween movie to watch, The Incredible Melting Man, or you could just watch Trump speak about, I don't know, literally anything. So yeah, a little bit of a tangent there, but you know, yeah, Trump he's juggling all these things. He wants to invade Colombia and Venezuela. He wants to do the ceasefire in Gaza, but obviously he doesn't really care about it that much. He wants to do these trade negotiations with Xi Jinping, which I believe he's currently doing. He's doing that today or yesterday or the day before. I don't know, can't remember. But he's juggling all this stuff, and something's gonna give, right? He's gonna completely. He's just gonna completely fall apart, or something's gonna fall apart. Trump is the clown from it, yeah. Pennywise. I mean, yeah, he does love kids, right? He does feed off the energy of children. Some would say.
The contrary, since the 11th of October.
Yeah, that's right.
Israel
Hooten,
has committed 125 violations.
The stress of being the emperor must be melting this old fart's brain. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
100 Palestinians.
He was talking about a dementia test, not an IQ test. Wait, what? Wait, what? Dementia test. Checklist for dementia symptoms. Tests for diagnosing dementia. Can you get these on the internet? Can you test for dementia? That makes more sense with what he said, yeah, because none of that stuff is in an IQ test. That is what he had when he was at Walter Reed. Well, wait, what's Walter Reed? Is that not like his school? Oh my God, wait, what? Perfect MRI at the hospital! He's talking about dementia test! He had a dementia test! Oh, I'm gonna have a stroke! I'm gonna have a stroke from comedy! Real life comedy happening in front of my eyes. I just had like a pain just happened in my head. I was like, oh! That's why he's got such high scores. Oh my God. That's so good. They couldn't do the Walter Reed test. They couldn't do the dementia tests. What are you talking about? Bro, what are you on about? Yeah, had a perfect MRI at Walter Reed. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking good. Wait, surely we can find this test. Walter Reed dementia test. Confuses his dementia screening for very hard IQ test. Yeah, that is what happened. That is what happened. This is so good. This is like This is so much more funny than I thought it originally was. See, now you can't even find, like, if I wanted to take this dementia test, I couldn't. Because when you Google it, it's just all, like, news stories about how he got it wrong. Oh, man. Can I, like, take the... I just want to know what the first questions are to, like, really get it right. Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever. It's, you know, I take... Try adding minus Trump. Yeah, true, right? Minus Trump. Not gonna happen. No, it just doesn't give you, like... NJ memories. Oh, man. Online. Dementia test online. I mean, you got checklist for oh, here we go. Estimation time 5 or 10 minutes. Chat, let's find out if I've got dementia. Is it going to be stuff like this? Preparation. The room you're in, please make sure you have any of the 2 items below with you. You'll need them for a test. Tap the 2 items you'll use. Oh, I don't know, man. TV remote, wallet, phone, coin. I guess I could use, like, the lens cap as a coin, right? Coin. And then, like... phone. I got my phone. Okay. Alright. Maximum score obtainable is 30, but please note the way you conduct the test can influence the final score. You need to sitting close to the testee. Do not rush. I don't think this is right. It's got like grammar errors. I don't think this is real. Is it morning now? No. Is today Sunday? Wait, correct answer, no? Oh, you're supposed to ask okay, it gives you the right answers. Do children usually go to school today? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try not to look at the answers. Don't tell me what the answers are, right? Mule thinks his lens cap is a coin. His dementia is so bad already. The year we're in right now, does it have the number 7 in it? No. The month we're in right now, does it have the letter Q in it? No, no months have that. Are you in the countryside or the city right now? Why is that incorrect or correct? Okay, no, this isn't real. Okay, fuck it off. We're fucking that off. That was like an AI generated dementia test. It wasn't even real. I already gave Sophie a shout out. I'll give her another one if you want. Look, that's how easy that was because it was the last thing I did. I just pressed up on the keyboard. Middle Earth Marxist. You know, who's the fucking streamer here? I think you're supposed to say incorrect if you answered incorrectly. Oh, it's a... Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. I have a video about him doing this 5 years ago. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Oh, shit. Who am I permitting? You have to permit someone. Old Owl Hootin'. Yeah, you got 3 minutes. Stick it in the chat. Yeah, that's for someone to say whether they answered correctly or incorrectly, yeah. Trump boasts about acing cognitive test. Oh, wow, he did it 5 years ago? Oh my god, and he's like the decline of the last fucking 4 years is so obvious, right? I already got it, Old Owl Hootin'. I already got it. You didn't need to post it twice. Your permit only works for once.
An acuity test, and he said there actually is, and he named it, whatever it might be.
And it was
He doesn't remember the name of it.
The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV.
So good. Being president always makes people age 3 decades. Well, I think with Trump particularly, right? Because I think that Trump thinks in the same way. Do you remember what I said about my dad like a couple of weeks ago when I was like complaining about the Labour Party conference, and I said to him like, oh, it's so bad, they're doing all this stuff wrong. And my dad was like, why don't you give Alan Sugar, Richard Branson, and James Dyson $1 billion each and let them sort it out? And I lost my fucking mind because I was like, that's what we're doing now! Right? That's like a snapshot as to how, like, people who are CEOs or have been CEOs or landlords or property developers or shit like that, with that kind of like capitalism brain, that's what they think about politics. They're just like, yeah, but any businessman could sort this out, right? And Trump is a businessman. He was a CEO. He is a property developer. He is a CEO. He's done all that stuff. So to him, when he like got into power, he was like, this is going to be so easy. Right? But then he gets in there and there's like decades and decades and decades of bureaucracy and OPSEC and all this shit, right? So in his first term, it aged him so much because he was like, shit, I got to get rid of all this, blah, blah, blah. That's what he was talking about in Draining the Swamp. And then his second term when he got in, that was why he got fucking Elon Musk to do all the Doge stuff, because he was like, I just don't think we need that. And then we can do it really easy. I just sit at the top and I just make the decisions like in my company, right? And that's what he's doing. And so like all of this like extra stuff, but he can't do that still because, you know, he sends ICE into LA and the community pushes back and he can't do the things he wants to do and people are pushing back. He thinks this will just be so easy. It'll just be like Nazi Germany. But it isn't. It wasn't that easy. And, you know, he's done a little bit of Nazi Germany stuff, but it stressed him the fuck out because he's not been able to do it in the same way that he, you know, thought it would be able to do it in, because, you know, he's tried to do too much stuff too quick. You said it, Soph, right? When we were talking about it, he was doing too much things. He was doing too many things too quickly. You know, the rise of the Third Reich involved at least like 10 years of fascist central planning to get the genocide of the Jews happening and Lebensraum happening in a way that was like effective. Whereas he's like trying to speedrun it because Hitler was like, what, 50, 60 when he was doing his shit? But Trump is like, shit, I'm nearly 80. I got to do it now. I got to do it now. I got to do it this year. I might not last. You know? Yeah, Nazi Germany needed to kill a whole bunch of people who weren't on board with fascism, right? And his version of that is like, oh, well, I'll arrest them? You know? He jumped straight into the Hitler car and should have started with the Hitler moped. Sophie was texting me the other day and she was saying that someone on her Tumblr was like, the Hitler car is the Cybertruck. And it just has a big sign on the front that says Hitler car. Hitler in the Hitler car, saying all the slurs. Okay, so right, yes, let's get back to this. Yeah, okay, we had a little look at the Trump stuff. Obviously, that's what I'm saying. Like this, the guy that we're talking about, he's trying to oversee this negotiations with one of the most powerful communist states in the entire fucking history of the world, and also invade some socialist states that he doesn't like, and also trying to get NATO to invade Russia. Right? So that's what he's trying to do. You know. Yeah, for Hitler, the imminent mortality was more just, oh, they're outside of my bunker, this is it. Yeah. They're trying to get into the bunker. Yeah? So, there you go.
Injuring nearly 350. while members.
Did you see the Japanese PM having to babysit Trump at his visit with her? Yeah, well, like, she's a fascist who understands that you have to do fascism slowly.
We're uploading the ceasefire announcement.
She's like, we've already done ethnic cleansing in Japan. That's great. What we now need to do is Lebensraum. And I don't know how we do that, but, we have to work slowly towards it.
President Trump, any person with an inch of common sense has been saying, but wait a second, is this possible that in the middle of a genocide, we cheer for this proposal that doesn't take into account any human rights, international law? The International Court of Justice has spoken over and over and over since January 2024 over Palestine.
There was a good point made in the documentary I watched about the arms trade about how these powerful countries don't have to worry about diplomacy anymore. They have military power. Yeah, I think that that's where they sit, right? I think that that's where they sit in terms of, like, what they're thinking. They're like, we don't need to do diplomacy anymore because we could just use brute force, right? But the whole kind of whispers that are happening in the imperialism circles and geopolitics understanders nowadays is that people think that Britain is going to go to war with Russia, right? That's the big thing. Britain is going to spearhead a war with Russia, and that's going to be the whole next 10 years, yeah? But Russia would probably fucking flatten us immediately. They're not trying in Ukraine, really. They're not trying that much. And Ukraine has kind of been on the ropes a little bit. And they've ceded a lot of ground. And I think that it's going to be Uncle Sam's last dance in Colombia and Venezuela. There are 6 million citizens in Venezuela who are armed and have been training daily ever since the threats against Venezuela started. So we're talking about an indigenous militia military who know their ground and know their neighborhoods far better than any kind of invading force. It's like Vietnam times 1,000. If Russia called up their entire military, Russia would crush Ukraine in a week. Yeah. So, when it comes to them not needing to do diplomacy because they have military power, it's a delusion that they have. Because you've only got to look at the resistance in Gaza, right? You've only got to look at the resistance in Gaza. They have withstood not just the IOF, but the full backing and participation of Britain, France, Germany, USA, fucking Australia, New Zealand, Aotearoa, with the genocide in Gaza. The resistance have survived it. They were continuing to do operations again and again and again and again. The ceasefire didn't just happen because Trump got involved. The ceasefire happened because the IOF were on the ropes in terms of like what they could possibly achieve in Gaza. So, that's where it is. And I think that it will be. I think that Venezuela will be Uncle Sam's last dance. I think that should hopefully put the shits up Britain in terms of wanting to do something different and wanting to invade Russia. Hopefully Keir Starmer will be gone before the end of the year because we were talking about the leadership challenge on Monday. And hopefully that will change. The Labour Party will still be in power, so I don't know if it will change, but I couldn't think of anything less popular in the UK right now than any kind of new Prime Minister saying, we're going to war with Russia. I think it would be insane. The contradictions have sharpened to the point where the bourgeoisie and the imperialist countries can't offer any concessions on a diplomatic stage. Yes, correct. Because if they conceded, it would be like, oh, they're not in charge. Why are we doing what they say? Right? Absolutely. We're completely washed as an imperial force. Like, this is the empire collapsing. We're seeing it in real time. That's why everything is getting worse very, very quickly.
3 sets of provisional measures, recognizing a genocide, asking Israel to stop the genocidal acts that could constitute genocide.
I did hear about the Wikipedia stuff, Soph, but I've already derailed so much from this.
The occupation is unlawful.
I'm gonna take a look at that in a bit.
Unconditionally withdrawing the troops, dismantling the settlements, stopping using, exploiting Palestinian
something time and monsters.
These are the red lines, and in the face of these, member states are continuing playing this theater of the absurd. I'm ashamed.
She's so right.
As a lawyer, as a human being, because I know that for the Palestinians in Gaza, the genocide will not end. For the Palestinians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, the violence by the soldiers and settlers will not end as long as Israel is allowed to keep its boots on the ground and to control and determine the fate of the Palestinians. So of course, it's it's a web of complicity that has allowed Israel to maintain a nearly 60-year-old exploitative, rapacious occupation, cum apartheid, and it continues.
I mean, for us that know, of course, the history.
I'm not doing like a funny accent joke here, chat, but I literally cannot ignore the fact that she just said Qum genocide. Because we all know about the Israeli Qum brigades, don't we? You know, she's right. Even when she said Qum genocide in a different way, she said Qum in her accent. She's right. Even in that misinterpretation of that word because of her accent, she's still correct, because it is that. They do cum extractions, don't they? Yeah.
Many people
Can't get that out of my
are
head.
wondering, yes, this ceasefire might still hold.
She's so
it might
right.
go through. But ultimately, the 20-point plan that's been put forward by Trump, will it allow, for example, for a two-state solution? Will it end the occupation? Do you think it will?
I know what cum means in Latin, Kairos. Thank you. I do know what it means. It was just, yes.
No. I mean, mark my words. I keep on repeating. On October 14, 2023, I said, under the fog of war, Israel is going to destroy Gaza, displace the Palestinians, and trying
Chatters
to
may not.
conquest the land.
No.
Did I know?
Don't
Because
apologize.
this is what Israel has been doing since even before
We know all
existing
about cum
as a
here.
state. 1947, 49 and onward, the Nakba, the destruction of villages.
I just had a warning from Twitch. Are you sure you want to send that? Yeah, fuck him.
Towns and a massacre.
Fuck him.
And then in 1967,
Twitch, the cowards.
the same. And after October 7, the same. So the thing is that it's not just Israel. It's not just Israel. It's an entire system made primarily of Western states, United States, Germany, the UK, my own country, regrettably, despite the fact that the people in my own country, workers, students, ordinary citizens, are revolting. But come on, also Arab states. Seriously, what are they doing to stop the carnage in Gaza? No, it's not here. It's not about humanitarian aid, you know. It is not about discussing a two-state solution.
When I've spoken about the Arab states putting pressure on Trump to try and make his peace plan happen, the way that I'm imagining it is that they've been sitting pretty on their relations with the USA, their agreements about oil sales, their agreements about US bases in the region for some time. And I think in the back of their heads, in these, you know, vassal states, traitorous, piece of shit leaders, whether it be, the kings, the princes, the crown princes, prime ministers, Jordan, so-called King Abdullah, Sisi, the dictator, Erdogan, another genocidal dictator himself, any of these fucking folks, I think they've been sat there going like, yeah, this is a good deal. This is a good deal. And in the back of their heads, they've known, yeah, we're throwing Palestinians under the bus. And obviously their citizens, even though they repress their citizens brutally, especially in the case of Egypt, they are still indeed going to hear, not just, as I said, from their citizens, but also from people within their own governments. This is wrong. This is going to come to a head. This is going to affect us soon. They're probably getting advice from aides, and these aides are going, yeah, you think that this is just going to be contained in Palestine, right? Well, you're just delaying the inevitable, right? And it feels like, there is going to be some kind of a reckoning that I think the traitorous Gulf state leaders and heads of state have decided, shit, the contradictions are getting too clear now, right? So yeah, that's that. I think that that's what it is. I just imagine them kind of like panicking a little bit and going, shit, something is going to happen. Is when Israel's done with Palestine, they're going to invade Saudi Arabia, they're going to invade Jordan, they're going to invade Syria, they're going to, well, they've already started invading Syria, they're going to invade Egypt, they're going to invade fucking, Oman and all this. And they know that it's coming, right? Because they're not quiet about it. Netanyahu is not quiet about it.
We need to stop a genocide.
Trump is the American Caesar, I think, by the way. I know Rome comparisons are clapped and chopped and washed, but I was reading about some of that history recently, and honestly, it feels like either he collapses America right now or he'll be killed, but America will have an emperor in like 30 years who everyone... have an emperor in like 30 years who everybody in Imperial Court is cheering on. He'll be killed, but America will have an emperor in like 30... Yeah. I think you're right. I think that there are people within America, even within Trump's cabinet, who are like, you are doing this the wrong way. And I think that Stephen Miller is one of them. I think that Stephen Miller is absolutely one of them. And I think that what is the other one? Who's his face? What's his face? Pete Hegseth. I think that both Pete Hegseth and Stephen Miller are like, you're an idiot. You're doing this too quickly. We need to like slowly do the fascism. And again, it's kind of why I've said before, like, if anyone thinks that fucking JD Vance is going to be the president when Trump pops his clogs, I think that they're idiots. I don't think Vance has got the mettle to withstand the pressure from Miller and Miller and Hegseth. But then again, I don't know if they're too comfortable, because these fascists are not the same kind of fascists in Nazi Germany, right? Because at least in Nazi Germany, the fascists there had like nothing to lose, right? Because it was like Goering, Rome, all the people that Hitler surrounded himself, like they came from like semi-poor backgrounds, right? And Germany was getting absolutely shafted by the empire. In terms of like the empire as it existed back then, this sort of like loose coalition of allied states that were basically like, right, fucking Krill, thank you for gifting a sub to Sophie. Enjoy your ad-free view and enjoy your emotes. Thank you very much. And welcome in, Krill. How are you doing? They had something to. They had nothing to lose, right? Rome, and all that. Like they were all poor. Like they were just like, fuck it. Like Germany's going down the pan. If we don't do something, we're gonna get invaded by like France or Russia or whatever. The communists are in Russia and they're going insane. We need to do something. We need to fight back. Yada yada yada. Right? They had nothing to lose. They were like, let's go. Let's do it. Stephen Miller's got loads of money. Hegseth has got loads of money. JD Vance has got loads of money. Even Trump has got loads of money. And they're like, at the end of the day, they want to like go and sit in their fucking throne room, on a huge couch, like the most comfy couch possible. It's like made with like live rabbits. You know what I mean? It's like, that's how comfy it is. It's the most evil, exploitative couch of all time. It's like made of suffocating rabbits. You know what I mean? They're in constant pain the whole time, but they sit on it and they replace with the rabbits every day in order to fucking like, maintain that level of comfort, right? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? They have that deep, deep comfort that comes from a life of being a fucking piece of shit fraudster CEO, and they're desperate for like, more and more comfort. You know what I mean? And yes, Vance doesn't just sit on couches. Loves the couch. You know what? And that's actually a really pertinent way to emphasize what I'm talking about. JD Vance loves comfort and sitting on the couch so much, he fucks them, right? So the question is, are they really do they really have the metal to do something like this? Or are they, as you said, Luna, too soy? They are soy. They are literally soy. When someone points out something that they don't like, they get all soy about it and they go, I'm gonna deport you. Right? It's embarrassing. Trump has already marched his own troops on DC. He's trying to emulate the actual conservative revolution the USA had 30 years ago with Reagan, but without any substance. All of this is like what Julius Caesar was on. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do think that the different things are different, though, and I think that, like, if Trump is killed by someone in his cabinet because they're like, you're doing fascism bad, right? Like, you're doing fascism bad. I don't even know if anything will. I don't know if it will go the way of Julius Caesar. I don't entirely agree with the analysis. One of the earliest supporters of the NSDAP was Fritz Tyson. A bunch of high-ranking Nazis were bankers and shit. I think if you're going on the idea that Nazis having nothing to lose, you're falling for Nazi propaganda. I guess I know that there was a lot of bankers who were Nazis. I'm not particularly saying it's... Well, I even think that, like, the comfort of those days is different, right? Because, like, some of those fucking bankers wouldn't have even had fucking central heating, maybe. I don't know. I just think we live in a different age, right? Yeah, like, history repeats itself, but there's definitely differences. The point that I'm trying to make is that there's, like, a level of comfort that these fascists have that is different to what would have been experienced in the 1930s and the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. That's my point. Right? I'm not saying, like, some of the high-ranking Nazis had nothing to lose, as you rightly point out, Mia. I'm saying that, like, in a sort of, I guess, lazy way, I'm trying to point out the difference in the times, right? But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is the word. Imagine a ceasefire. Proposing a ceasefire after the Hutu had genocided the Tutsi, or after the Nazis had genocided the Jewish people, the Roma and Sinti. Even what you and I are talking about, the ceasefire, is nonsense. Is nonsense. Gaza has revealed to all of us the dystopic present we are part of. We can continue to pretend that this is... there is a ceasefire. What are we going to do? Is it going to happen? It's not going to happen. Gaza is going to be erased. Palestine is going to be erased and become Israel. And surprise, surprise, Palestine is being it's being erased just because it's the thorn of resistance in the side of the element that in the grand scheme of greater Israel constitute a disturbance. But Arab states should see what greater Israel is.
Well, they do. They absolutely do. They absolutely fucking do.
Leaders brandish.
That's what I was saying.
Greater Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates.
I think they're in denial. I think that's what's going on here.
It's already happening. It's not control of territory through expansion of physical borders.
Miller and Hexath are absolutely terrible leaders, and they only have power because Trump gives it to them on their own. They're the worst kind of clown. Only the worst kind of clowns will follow their orders. Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's completely interesting.
It's domination. It's annihilating resistance. And
hey, Nicholas, what's going on?
They should think further before cheering
last hour
a plan that will allow further US.
I'm only 2 hours in. There's another 3 hours.
I wanted to refer back to this new report that you've put out highlighting the complicity of third-party states. Is there a fear with this ceasefire, if it does go through?
Yeah, I've been live for 2 hours.
Whatever happens in the future, that there will be
It's daylight savings here, Nicholas.
Of accountability.
It is currently 20:08 here.
Over what has happened in the last 2 years.
Look, even if the ceasefire goes through, What does it mean? It will not end Israeli control over Gaza. What about
Correct.
the West Bank that Israel continues to annex?
Yeah.
You see, we are operating, the questions you are asking are within an Overton window where the limits are set
Hell yeah,
by
Nicholas.
what states proposed, while I am trying to argue in terms of international law.
Hey Al, how you doing? The ego in these leaders could just have them quietly confident that they could never do this to us. Yeah, I think that that's what it is. That's kind of what I'm saying with the denial, right? I think that they're in denial, like complete denial about it. But I do think that within the ranks of these, governments, there are going to be people who are like, hey, I think we should fucking pay attention to this Greater Israel shit. Because what you've got to remember is that the fucking US will throw you under the bus whenever it wants. And who's in charge of Israel? The USA.
Self-determination means that the Palestinians have to be afforded.
Like, there has to be, you know what I mean? I would find it so hard to believe that there are not people within the... I mean, they probably get fired. They probably get fucking fired. But I just find it so hard to believe that there are not, like, people who've grown up, who were literally there during the Arab-Israeli war. And they're like, yeah, I've seen this fucking project for the last 70 years. It's gonna go that way. You know what I mean? Like, this is what they do. This is how it works. They tried to go to war with the entire fucking Middle East once, right? I don't know. I find it so hard to believe, but like, yeah, they will get punished and slapped down or demoted or whatever. It's like, stop going against the party line. Maybe some of them will even get arrested and detained and tortured and shit like that. I know that that'll go down in these countries, but it's just this ultimate degree of denial. Like you say, they could never do it to us. They'd never genocide us.
The right to exist as a people, the very existence that is denied through the genocide. So no, of course I will always be critical of any agreement of.
I think you're right about that, Prince. Yeah,
include what
German aristocracy following the
ICJ
fascism.
has said. End of the occupation.
Same as the neo-aristocracy of billionaires following fascism, yeah.
In what remains of historical Palestine.
Right.
Without negotiation, without demilitarization, the Palestinians...
Speculation about cousin real estate, yes.
Themselves. What is to be stopped is the genocidal fury of Israel.
Right. Francesca Albanese, I'm going to have to leave.
But again, what I will say, chat, is that while my speculation does sometimes sound like willful hopium, I very much doubt that even the pressure of the Arab states, even if they do all of a sudden one day go, oh shit, we need to push this because our sovereignty is at risk, I doubt the amount of... Because I think the thing that I've been speculating on the most is, why has Trump decided to like push this so quickly? Like, why has he decided to like run headfirst into this? And yeah, it's going to be like a combination of ego. It's going to be a combination of like, oh, I'm going to die soon. I want a Nobel Peace Prize. Can I do peace in the Middle East? It's just him like playing around with his power on the world stage, right? But it's also like, do the Arab states have a degree of influence for him? And it's like, well, yeah, they've tried to buy his influence for sure with the plane from the UAE and shit like that. That's like documented stuff that's happened. I guess that's like my main speculation. It's like, who does he respect more? Like Israel? Does he think that like, we don't need Israel anymore because we've got all the power that we need in the Middle East with the Gulf states, their vassal states. They do whatever we say. I guess that's where my speculation comes to. But like, would they really have any kind of power in demanding that he force Israel to stop what's happening? And of course, like, they're not demanding that he stop Israel from what it's doing now, because we've seen the escalation of the genocide anyway, right? Like we've just been talking about. But I do think it's interesting in terms of like, they just must know they just must know this shit. It's like they are next on the fucking table when they are done with Palestine. But regardless, again, all of this upheaval and uncertainty, we can remain steadfast in what we know, which is that we must continue the pressure against whatever country you're in, against whatever state that you're in, whatever government that you've got, because pretty much everybody here in the fucking chat is going to have a government that's complicit in some way, even if it's South Africa. Riolan, you know that your country is still sending coal to Israel, despite the fact that they have said, they started the ICJ process against Israel, and they're still sending coal all the time, every fucking week, right? Or every month, I don't know how many tons of fucking coal go to the war machine from South Africa, despite their, on one hand, they're being like, oh my God, what a horrible genocidal state. And on the other hand, they're like, let's give them loads of coal so that they can do genocide with it. We could just completely, push and use this as an advantage in the movement to increase the pressure on our governments to divest and sanction and completely end any relationship that they have with the genocidal Zionist entity. And we can use things as well, Hamas has given us more ammunition to use rhetorically in terms of that, right? Because what they've done is they've said, right, well, we'll just release the hostages immediately. Yeah, we'll release all the hostages. That's what every government is saying. Like, Hamas need to release the hostages. Now, organizations can say, well, hey, Keir Starmer, they have. And they're still getting genocided. So now what? Right? And obviously, I don't think that's going to be the magic words to make Keir Starmer go whatever, but it will influence public opinion, and it will influence people to go, oh, well, shit, I guess they did give the hostages back. Shit. You know what I mean? So there you go. You would think that the Arab states would have influence over Trump because they have way more money than Israel. He'll just milk both sides, getting as much money as he can. Yeah, I mean, that is what Trump is focused on more than anything, right? But I think the important thing to remember as well is that while Trump has surrounded himself with sycophants, is that he is definitely still going to be having like a bunch of people there who are going to be giving him like this, advice on his foreign policy, which is like, you need Israel to exist because that is our military in the Middle East. That's our military base in the Middle East. We need it to be there because of Iran, right? Because Iran is America's number one enemy in the Middle East. It's empire's number one enemy in the Middle East. And it will be shit like that, right? We also need Israel to be a buffer zone against migrants in the coming climate crisis. It will be things like this. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah. And he still talks about it. He still says, we have a special relationship with Israel, yada, yada, yada. American companies did business with Germany throughout World War II. Yes, correct. Completely correct. My new vocal stim is Keir Starmer saying, Gas Vault. Yeah. He does do that. He does say that, doesn't he?
There, I'm afraid.
Anyway, there's the interview with Francesca Albanese, which is pretty good. Let's have a look at this fucking garbage minute-long clip from the Associated Press. How's the ceasefire tested as Israel and Hamas exchange fire and blame? Yeah, that didn't happen. What do you mean, exchange fire? Insane stuff. Fuck the Associated Press.
Israel has struck targets in the Gaza Strip in a new jolt to the ceasefire with Hamas. Israel said it carried out these strikes in response to an attack on Israeli troops in southern Gaza. It also accuses Hamas of violating the ceasefire. Under that deal, Hamas has pledged to return the remains of dead hostages it's holding. Well, it turned over one set of remains.
Look at the way that they're reporting it. They're completely bypassing the way that Hamas released living hostages. You know, the thing that the Associated Press and the entire legacy establishment media of the fucking empire was talking about for fucking 2 years. Release the hostages, release the hostages, release the hostages. Yeah, they've done it. But now they're only talking about, oh, Hamas just said it's going to release the remains of hostages. Give us a fucking break. Give us a fucking break, mate. Didn't the Associated Press refer to its own camera as Hamas camera? I can't remember if it was the Associated Press, but I did hear of something like that. Yeah.
To Israel, those remains were tested.
Weekend at Bernie is in the scapegoat. Yeah.
Whose body had previously been recovered. Israel says that is a violation and that Hamas is dragging its feet. Hamas, of course, says it is committed to this deal. It accuses Israel of the violations, and it says it had nothing to do with that attack on the Israeli troops. but mediators say that they are working behind the scenes trying to restore the quiet. Most critically, U.S. officials. The U.S. is the key broker, the key power enforcing this deal. U.S. officials are describing this as a blip on the radar screen. They are confident that quiet.
It's just an excuse. It's just a fucking excuse. They'll bomb the Gaza Strip tomorrow. They'll murder some Gazans tomorrow, without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I mean? Maybe they won't murder any today, but they'll murder some tomorrow. And then, you know, there'll be diplomatic egg on the face of Trump in terms of, I guess, like, the world that understands that Israel is committing a genocide, at the very least. The citizens of the world, the workers of the world. So, garbage there. Let's hear, speaking of traitorous Gulf states, here's the Qatar PM talking about this in a YouTube short. Let's have a little look and see what he's got to say.
Yesterday event was honestly something that very disappointing and frustrating for us to see that it's happening. And we were trying to contain it, and we mobilized right away after this and in full coordination with the United States. And we have seen that the U.S. also is committed to the deal. It's been very clear.
How can you say that the U.S. is committed to the deal when Palestinians have been murdered in the Gaza Strip every fucking day since the start of the so-called ceasefire? Come on, man. Have some fucking scruples. Have a fucking backbone for a fucking second, mate.
With Hamas, and Hamas' response was very clear to us that they are willing to give up the governance.
No! What are you talking about? Why are you lying? Why are you fucking lying, bro? It's just lies after lies after lies after lies. You've got the insane lies that Israel and the United States make, and then you've got like the second layer of lies that Qatar and all the fucking Arab states make. Like, Hamas have said that they're going to give up governments. No, they haven't. They said that they want elections. You can see them. You can hear them. They've had interviews with people. We watched one on the stream last week. Literally last week on the stream. I've just uploaded the fucking VOD for that. Oh, mate. Fuck me.
A question. From their perspective, this is an obligation on all the factions, not on Hamas only. And basically, we are trying to push them on in order to get to a point where they acknowledge that they need to disarm and they need
that isn't gonna happen. So, you know, just quit it, bro. I think that what's gonna happen, I think that Trump's gonna forget about this in the next like couple of weeks, and he's gonna go full war on Colombia and Venezuela, and I think that that's gonna be the thing that collapses the USA. Genuinely, I just don't know how they're gonna fucking recover after that. How are they gonna spin that many plates with someone like Trump? How are they going to spin an invasion of a country that has a militia of 6 million people and the army on top of that, and also Colombia, while maintaining diplomatic pressure on Israel, which they're never really serious about anyway? You know, how's it? Yeah, they're just going to invade Canada. You know?
Move on to the next stage. Yesterday event was honestly something that very disappointing and frustrating for us to see that it's happening. And we were trying to contain it, and we mobilized right away after this. And
yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a country more prepared for war with the USA than I have seen Venezuela. Right? In terms of like how prepared it possibly could be. They're doing military drills every day, 6 hours a day. They have indigenous weapons manufacturing. They have an indigenous fucking, I'm not saying indigenous because, of course, there's indigenous people in the region. And, of course, there is, what I'm saying is they have a domestic weapons manufacturing. They have connections to other states that are literally next door to them that will sell them weapons. It's like... I just literally have there couldn't be a country that is more prepared. And it's like, the reason that they're so prepared is because fucking USA has been talking about invading Venezuela for fucking ages. They've just been like, we're going to invade Venezuela. We're going to do it. They've got loads of oil. We want the oil. The Bolivarian Guard is probably the best prepared army in South America. Yeah, I believe it. I fully believe it. I've seen it on Telesur English. You know, I watch that shit. I see it on my phone every day. It's crazy.
Coordination with the United States, and we have seen that the U.S. also is committed to it. It's been very clear with Hamas, and Hamas' response was very clear to us that they are willing to give up.
Oh, we already watched this. Sorry, let's move on. Okay, so what's Trump saying about it? This is a report from the Hindustan Times. So obviously, like the Hindutva right-wing media source from India. But let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this, because the way that this is being portrayed, I want to see if I can find like the thumbnail for this video. So this video on the Hindustan Times was put out literally today. Oh wait, hang on, what's going on here? Trump doesn't have all the cards. Xi's holding aces, says Ina Tangan. This is interesting. The Hindustan Times doesn't really know where to stand, I don't think, with its support of Donald Trump and Israel, right? Because if you look at the way that like oh no, yeah, absolutely. No, Hindustan Times is like if your grandpa was in the Hitler car. Yeah, absolutely. No, they're very, very, very bad in terms of like anything remotely progressive. That's why I always present them the way that I presented them, right? Because it's important to remember this is their biases. But I always think it's super interesting because here they are. Where is the video that I'm literally referencing here? 3 hours ago, they put out so much crap. 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, 8 hours ago. Oh, here we go. Trump and Vance left red-faced. Bibi goes rogue. IDF soldier killed. Right, so that's the 95,000 videos. Can you imagine? 95,000 video. This is the thumbnail. This is the thumbnail for this video that we're about to watch. So it's like Trump begged for peace. The title of the video is insane. The thumbnail is like Trump and Vance left red-faced. Bibi goes rogue. IDF soldier killed. But then you look at the title of the video and it says Trump begged for peace. Netanyahu bombed. Gaza ceasefire collapses as IDF watches helplessly. So it's like they're so confused. They don't know where to stand on this, right? They don't know what to do because normally the Hindustan Times loves Trump. Like, they love Trump. They're like, yeah, Trump is great. USA, brilliant. We love fascism. We love fascism in the USA. Narendra Modi, he's great. We love Narendra Modi. But we also love Israel. Right? We love Israel. We love them because they do fascism, even though Israelis hate us and they call us dirty, brown, smelly Indians and shit like that all the time. Like, they say shit like that all the fucking time. You know, when fucking literal, like, Indian people go to Israel, they get spat on and kicked and punched and even killed in some cases. You know, so they don't know where they're fucking standing on this shit. They're like, do we love the IDF? Is the IDF doing something? Are they helpless? Is Netanyahu doing the bombing? Is he gone rogue? Or can he not be controlled by the United States? Did Trump not like this? They don't know what to do, right? So it's just completely like insane, like the way that they're reporting on this shit. So it's really interesting to see that kind of like level of lack of understanding between other countries. So let's take a look at what they're reporting here. But they actually do have footage here from the Associated Press from today. This might be the same press release that he did on Air Force One, where he was talking about the AOC and the dementia test.
Israeli soldier. It was just, I just heard about it a little while ago. They killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back.
I mean, that's just not true, right? They didn't kill an Israeli soldier at all. Now, here we go. Netanyahu's move to break truce backfires? IDF soldier killed in Gaza. Like, what is even happening? Like, the levels of misinfo here is, like, so insane. Trump's everlasting peace broken within days? US appeals for calm. Trump Vance still confident that Gaza ceasefire will hold. Yeah, but that's lies. We know that. Hamas denies violation while Bibi orders immediate powerful attack. Hamas reports at least 100 deaths in Israel's latest strike amid truce. Yeah, and that was literally over the last 12 hours. Why is there this image of like a fucking IOF soldier? It looks like fucking Rabbi Shmuley with his like terrible ginger beard. Israel on October the 29th confirmed death of a soldier amid fears. Oh, is this supposed to be the dead soldier? But like, he didn't die. Like, there were no reports of any casualties from this so-called violation whatsoever. Not even in IOF media or IOF announcements. IOF reservist was killed in an attack by fighters in Rafah on October the 28th, as per Times of Israel. Again, Times of Israel. Also, Hamas have said repeatedly, because this is what the Zionist entity said last week when they amped up the ceasing of the ceasefire, you cease, we fire, that there was an attack on IOF fascists in Rafah, and Hamas said, we have lost contact with our fighters in Rafah, so we don't know what happened, and if anything did happen, they're not taking orders from us. So, you know, we already know that if something is happening in Rafah, it cannot be applied to Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades in general, en masse, because they're not receiving orders from the top whatsoever. So maybe if there are fighters still in Rafah, they don't even know if the war has ended yet. They don't even know, well, the war hasn't ended, but they don't even know if there's supposed to be a ceasefire. And of course, who can fucking blame them? Because the IOF is still there bombing the fuck out of everybody. Rocket propelled grenades and conducted sniper fire on IDF. This is literally the same shit that they said the other week. I don't know if Hindustan Times is just like copy and pasting things that they heard from the Zionist entity last week, but it feels like they could be. But you know, far be it from me to say that the so-called Israel would not say this again and try and use this as an example. Yeah, the Rafah Brigades lost all contact with the remainder of the Qassam. Yeah, exactly. A long time ago, yeah. Sergeant Yona Ephraim Feldbaum, a heavy machine operator, was killed in the attack. This is the story from last week. This is the story from last week. It's the same information. A heavy machine operator was killed in the attack. And remember, last week, chat, the fucking IOF fascists died because they were bulldozing a house and they went over a fucking mine. Like unexploded ordnance from the fucking Zionist entity. And you know what? If it's the same thing that's happened again today or yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, this is like really interesting, incoherent reporting. It very well could be AI. It very well could just be made by AI, because again, they're putting video after video after video after video after video out, right? And this part of the reporting here is like, you know, is that why the messaging is so incoherent? Or is it just that they really don't know who to support because they're like, well, we love Netanyahu, but we love Trump, but we don't know what to do. We don't know how to report on this. Mental. Yeah, they just reported on the same thing again. Is this just going to be this over and over again? They have a longer Trump interview here, a longer Trump segment. Let's see what he's saying. I'm only really interested in what fucking Trump says, to be honest.
Israel striking in Gaza again.
Well, as I understand it, they took out an Israeli soldier. It was just I just heard about it a little while ago.
He's just making this stuff up. He's literally making this stuff up as he goes along.
Yeah, they killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit back.
Do you think that won't?
But like, you know, come on, dude, that's not a ceasefire. They should hit back when that happens, right? But what if one side is saying they didn't do that? What then, dude? Surely, if there's a ceasefire, both sides should be trying to honor it as much as they can. And from what we could tell, one side has been honoring it a lot better than the other.
Worry you about the ceasefire? Does that jeopardize the ceasefire?
No, nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated. And
the way he's just saying this shit nowadays, like, he is just so gleefully, like, he's saying this with a degree of glee. He's just saying, like, he said this when talking about, what was he talking about the other week when he was like, I think we're just going to kill people. He was talking about Congress's approval to go to war and do strikes with, against, you know, Venezuelan citizens, right? And he was like, yeah, no, we're just gonna kill people. And he's now being like, well, if they do well, they're gonna be happy, but if not, we're gonna terminate them. Their lives will be terminated. That's wild, right? That's wild. He's just like changed this so much. He's just like, yeah, we're just gonna murder people. They'll be murdered. They'll be murdered. They will be murdered. They'll be dismembered. Their arms will be flying off. Their eyes will be falling out. Mental. Yeah, but he aced his dementia test with flying colours. Exactly. Also, hi, Link. I don't know. Sorry, I think I missed you in the chat earlier. How you doing?
And we have many countries that are willing to do that. You know, we have many countries. Even Japan today said we'd love to be involved in the Middle East and we can help you by sending anybody, by sending people, including experts. But we have many countries that would do that, not just Israel. No,
they're just he's chatting rubbish. He is chatting rubbish. There's just like no. If Japan has said, yes, we would like to help you in the Middle East, it will have been like a non-committal remark from the PM, right? Because Japan has fucking like ended contracts with fucking Israel. Like weapons contracts and sales to Israel and shit like that. Japan has been surprisingly, despite it being a fascist fucking ethno-state, surprisingly one of the most, forward... what do you call it when you like make a move? Oh God, what is it? Affirmative? Assertive. It's been one of the most assertive states in like ending these weapons transfers to Israel. And like, yeah, it's not done all of them, but it's like avant-garde. Yeah, it's an avant-garde state. It's doing it's doing some avant-garde diplomacy. 5D chess.
Is a small thing, but they kill people. They grew up killing people, and I guess they don't stop. But nobody knows what happened to the Israeli soldier, but they say it was sniper fire. And
no, already 3 different lies, right? 3 different lies straight away. He was bombed. He got hit with a rocket. He was sniped. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
It was retribution for that, and I think they have a right to do that.
Right, so they have a right to murder 109 civilians. You know? Like, that's what he's saying. They have a right to murder 109 civilians because one Israeli soldier got done. I couldn't complete the dementia test. I was sniped.
Is it possible that there are fringe elements within Hamas that are trying to undermine
I think there are, because we actually met with people that were leading it, and they really want to see, and they really, in my opinion, based on the experts that dealt with them, I think they're unhappy when they see some people being killed.
Interesting. His language about Hamas has always been the most interesting thing to me, right? Because the entire narrative, I think this is just like the biggest change. And I'm not saying that it means anything or there's any like hope that we could get from this. I don't know. It's difficult to say, but I think it is just something that's observably true, right? It's observably true that he has stopped Mr. Noobster.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thank you for the 100 bits. Sonic is dead. it's just observably true, right? That he has changed the way that he speaks about Hamas. Like, he's obviously taught, he's literally in the same paragraph said, yeah, well, we'll terminate them. Their lives will be ended, right? But then he's like, no, we've sat with some of the people who were leading them, and based on what the experts say, they really, really do want peace, and they're mad when people get murked and shit like that. Mia with the 9 months, the pregnant chatter. Thank you so much for being a pregnant chatter, a baby chatter. You've been pregnant this whole time and you've had a baby now. It's starting to sound weird, so I'm going to stop saying that. You were never pregnant. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry if I made you feel weird by saying that. Okay. Yeah, it appears that there's a hype train coming up, and let's do it. Consider the boy. Middle Earth Marxist. Thank you so much. Let's have a hype train. YouTube, I'll see you in a bit.
Give the boy some consideration. Chat.
Let's have a little bit of... Welcome back, YouTube. What do we got? Enjoy the grocery Twitch money anyway. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Question, with my deed poll stuff, will it be posted to me now I've paid and everything? Oh, I don't know. Why are you asking me? I'm sorry, I'm not... I appreciate you wanting to, like, participate in the stream in this way, Luna, but, like, I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me. I don't know. I haven't... I just wondered if you knew. Fair enough. I'm just like, what have I ever said that I've had anything to do with deed poll stuff or changing my name or anything like that? I'm sorry. If you don't ask, you don't get. You're right. You're right about that. Mule, can you be my lawyer? No.
Salome.
Susie.
Salome. 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 Salome.
Susie, well done for learning how to give bits on Twitch. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 300 bits. But yes, appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Not like it was, by the way, but some people may kill. We don't want
Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh my god, it's just all like repeated footage. Vance covers up for Netanyahu? Hang on a minute. Mule deed polled himself legally to be Donkus Jonkus. Okay. It is crazy that they're doing this, like, questioning stuff in Hindustan Times. I really don't know what is going on here with that. I don't know what is going on with that shit. You know what I mean? We know that Hamas or somebody else within Gaza attacks an IDF soldier. We expect the Israelis are going to respond after the president's peace is going to hold despite it, but it's not. It's just crazy. Do you think that they're just using AI? It just must be AI, right? It just must be AI. Hello, Popcorn Brain. How are you doing? Welcome in. All right. Okay, let's move on. All right. What are the Brits saying about this? Well, Nick Ferrari here, who is normally the most evil person of all time, apparently has a fairly good take on this. I don't know if I'm mistaking this for someone else. It probably is going to be bad. Let's face it. Let's hear what Nick Ferrari is doing, leading Britain's conversation on this.
Today, Hamas had violated the ceasefire by turning over incorrect remains in a process of returning the bodies of hostages to Israel. The Prime Minister said remains handed over on Monday belong to...
Okay, that's crazy. And even though Nick Ferrari is a disgusting bigot, I do kind of trust him to at least report somewhat correctly in what is going on with regards to like statements from the IOF and shit like that.
Hostage whose body had already been partially retrieved by the...
But it is crazy that, like, because he said it outright there, and it makes complete sense that that's something that Israel would say. Israel said Hamas hasn't returned one of the bodies, and that's a violation of the ceasefire agreement. And it's like, nah, a violation of a ceasefire agreement is if, like, it refuses to give one of the bodies back and says, no, we're not doing that. And it's like, no, they just, like, spent a long time doing it, bro.
IDF during the war. The deal has been under strain because of the slow progress returning the dead hostages. Hamas has freed the 20 remaining living hostages and returned 15 remains, but 13 are still in Gaza. Shosh Bedrosian is a spokesperson for Israel's government. She said yesterday,
Israel has not only waited patiently during...
Oh my God, this fucking AI. Like she's an AI lady. She's real, but it's like she's learned how to speak from AI. Like, that's what it feels like, right?
This time, but gave Hamas an opportunity to retrieve and hand over all of our 28 deceased hostages in captivity. We are fully aware and have knowledge that Hamas can locate and retrieve the remains of our 13 deceased hostages that are still in Gaza right now.
So what of the US and their hopes? Speaking at an event in Washington,
I think that the strat for Netanyahu at this point is to never allow all of the hostages' remains to be returned, because once that happens, they've got nothing. On the international stage, they've got nothing, and they do want to continue a genocide. I think that that's what the whole crack is, right?
In DC last night, Vice President J.D. Vance said,
the president achieved a historic peace in the Middle East. The ceasefire is holding. That doesn't mean that there aren't going to be little skirmishes here and there. We know that Hamas or somebody else...
It's just say anything, isn't it? It's just literally say anything time.
Within Gaza attacked an IDF soldier. We expect the Israelis are going to respond, but I think the president's peace...
We've achieved a historic ceasefire by changing nothing. Right? The president achieved a historic ceasefire. Okay, what's changed? Who's ceasing firing?
It's going to hold despite it.
First to Nivi Feldman, who's UK lead of the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. Thank you for coming on. How confident are you?
Oh, no. Oh, we're just going to uncritically platform a Zionist freak. Can't wait for this.
That Hamas has the details, all the details that are required in this case. Good morning.
Hi, Nick. Thank you for having me. So we know that Hamas definitely knows the location of 10
UK lead of Hostages Forum, yet she is clearly Israeli.
Of the hostages that are still being held. 5 of them they can just release today if they wanted. There's no logistical problems bringing them out. And IDF...
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's called Israel bombing the fuck out of them.
Assumes that 5 of them need, some extra machinery to extract them safely from Gaza.
How do you know that?
IDF has the intel. I think during the captivity...
Okay, that's an interesting bit of pushback from Nick Ferrari. How do you know that? And she doesn't really have an answer other than like, IDF has the intel.
Since 7th of October, with time they've gathered intel and they had a really good idea where all the hostages were.
Yeah, that's why they bombed them. That's why they bombed the fucking shit out of them, right?
And they couldn't reach them because Hamas put them in houses or tunnels that are detonated. So if anyone comes through, they're all going to be killed.
How supportive are you?
Yeah, it reminds me of that joke. How does a mathematician catch a lion? They go into the savannah, climb into a cage, and define the inside as the outside and the outside as the inside. Right. They made a ceasefire by defining a non-ceasefire as a ceasefire. That's exactly what it is. It's doublespeak, right? It's doublespeak.
Of the action ordered by the Israeli Prime Minister yesterday, Nivi.
It's really hard days. It's really, really hard days.
No, it isn't! You fucking scum! It's not hard to be like, yeah, I don't think that the fucking government should bomb civilians as a result of a military official being targeted, right? It's not hard to just be like, it's insane to murder 109 civilians after a military personnel, a member of military personnel was killed. It's insane. It's completely insane. And she's like, it's really hard days. Fuck off!
Hamas have broken the ceasefire on so many accounts. They promise that the ceasefire will come into effect.
No, that's Israel!
And all the hostages will come out, and they haven't done that.
Literally, all the living hostages have been retrieved. Literally, every single one has been released. It is crazy that they are so like, we need the dead bodies, we need the dead bodies. It's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy that there's this like whole shit. And that's what it is, right? Because it's like, we need the dead bodies. And then it'll be like, I guarantee, if all the dead bodies are released and returned to Israel, they'll keep saying this shit that they're saying again and again. They'll be like, no, these are fake dead bodies. They're not the real ones. They didn't give us the real ones back, so it's time to bomb the shit out of them again. That's what it is, right?
You've already killed 3 IDF soldiers. The IDF soldier killed yesterday. It wasn't killed by mistake. There was a sniper that took him out, plus an RPG.
No. A sniper and an RPG. Because IOF soldiers, as we know, made of stone. They are the stone golems of old. Yeah? These bodies didn't have any cum in them, so the ceasefire is cancelled. It will be that. It will be something like that.
And, you know, Hamas, no one's talking about
Hamas.
Since the ceasefire came into effect. They've killed 500 of their own Gazan civilians.
Okay, that's insane. That's insane. Because, one, everybody was talking about it. Fucking national news was talking about it. Yeah? Why is she smiling when she's saying that? Because these people are fucking cartoon villains. They're literally cartoon villains. They revel in death and destruction. They're like, this is their entire fucking living in the fucking Zionist colonial project known as Israel. Every single person is obsessed with rape, death, and the killing of anyone who is not a white Jewish person. That's literally it. And even in some cases, they want it to happen to white Jewish people, like anti-Zionist Jews. According to Ziomath, 3 IOF soldiers equals at least 3,000 Palestinian children. Yes, and that's documented. That is actually documented. They say this all the time. They say this historically, right? You know? These we need the guns they left behind in order to honor them properly. Yes, exactly. Hannibal Directive, exactly. Exactly, yes. Well, yeah, that as well, yeah, the Hannibal Directive as well. Even if they're not anti-Zionists, they will fucking murder white Jewish people to be like, yeah, don't get captured.
In 2 weeks, it's like unrecognized, like these numbers are just blowing my mind. They're supposed to be...
Yeah, wow, it's blowing your mind. I wonder why that is. Because they're fake!
Putting their weapons down and letting the war over. And they're
letting the war over.
Hostage families, they're tormenting them.
The numbers are absolutely horrific, as you say, Nivi, but how...
Yeah, that's because they're made up. So, hang on, that's exactly what I was going to say. Everybody is talking about the Palestinians that were shot, the traitors that were shot in the streets. Nowhere near 500. What are you talking about? It might be 50 at a push. 500 Palestinians, she's saying, were murdered by Al-Qassam. Incorrect. Completely insane. Just pulling numbers out of her ass, actually.
Does killing at least 9 Gazans help the situation?
How does killing at least 9 Gazans help the situation? Yeah, add another 100 on there, Nick. But that's cool to know, right? That's cool to know that he's actually pushing back a little bit here. Let's have a little look.
Killing at least 9 Gazans help the situation.
We're at a point that Hamas have to let the hostages back. You know, they've...
But if I pick you up on what you just said, you claim that Hamas have killed 500 of their own people. Why would Israel authorizing these strikes, killing at least 9, why would that change their mindset, do you imagine, Nivi?
Look, I really I'm not in the IDF. I advocate for the last 2 years for the hostage.
Yeah, but you're just like talking about all the fucking shit that the IDF has done. And you've definitely been in the IDF. What are you talking about? He knows she's lying, right? I don't know about Nick Ferrari, man. I think he might know that she's lying and not care that much. I don't know, man.
Family,
tough to know.
An expert on why IDF and why the Israeli government are doing what they're doing. We see, yesterday, he was a father for 5 children that was killed, and he had to be there to, under orders to defend Israel. It's the defense forces.
Like, look, she's saying all this with a smile on her face. She's saying all this like you're saying, Al. She's fucking laughing while she's saying it, and it's like the entire world can see this. The entire world can see it. It's literally like, she's here like that's why they are there. They're there to defend Israel, and it's like, hang on a minute, you're saying that they're somewhere else to defend Israel. Yeah, I'm not in the IDF. I'm just an alumna who advocates for them and repeats their Hasbara on international TV, right?
He's been killed. He's been murdered. And they have to...
Yeah, but they also murdered 9 Gazans, so now what?
To do what
they also murdered 109 Gazans.
And to keep,
Nick is probably only pushing back to get a kick out of deriding a woman. I was thinking that, Al, to be fair.
The rest of the soldiers defending Israel safe. It's really sad, when any person is killed, it's a whole universe killed, whether it's Israeli or Jewish or Muslim or Palestinian, and it's devastating. And, there's nothing more than I want and Israel wants than let the situation finish, let the war be finished.
Right, well, why do they keep bombing them then? Why do they keep bombing them?
We all need safety on both sides.
Lastly, on that point, how much do you share the Vice President's confidence that the ceasefire, he describes it as skirmishes, but the ceasefire will essentially hold?
I don't know.
She's saying a soldier in war was murdered in combat, yes. That's the maddening fucking thing of this, right? That's the completely maddening shit, is that they're just saying out loud like, yeah, he was in the army and he got murdered. And it's like, yeah, man, that's what happens. What do you think the army is, bro? You just like waddle around? You know what I mean? I feel like no matter what your politics is, you can just very easily spot when a person is so clearly faking emotion like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Know that I'm speaking with families that are tormented. The hostages.
She's got a smile on her face the whole time. It's like actually evil.
Back yesterday, Ofir Tzarfati.
It is a giveaway as well. They know that they're not really waging war. They're committing genocide. Yeah.
It's the 3rd time that his remains are coming back. So his family had to bury him 3 times.
Good gracious.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yes, a great reminder as well, Mia. Some of the so-called hostages were kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank is crazy. Kidnapped from a tank is crazy. Also, this last thing that she just said, where it's like, oh yeah, like, one of the hostages, they had to bury him 3 times. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Like, this is just like insane stuff. It's completely incoherent, insane shit. Again, it's always the same. It's always the same. After October the 7th, they were saying things like, oh yeah, they were like cutting the breasts off women and like putting babies in an oven and shit. And it's like, okay, yeah, so like in this like very, very fucking frantic military operation where they were trying to take hostages to like negotiate a deal with an occupying power, they were like, hang on a minute, lads. Got a bunch of babies here. Let's put them in an oven and slow roast them. What, for like an hour? They just chilled in a gaff for an hour and just like put babies in an oven. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's completely Hitler big lie stuff.
Nivi, thank you for your time. Nivi Feldman, your UK lead of the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, 11 minutes after 7. Listening to that, Brigadier John
Woman's got a preheat!
former Director of Diplomacy at the Ministry of Defence and senior British officer in the Palestinian territories. Can I start with one of the last questions I put to my other contributor, Brigadier? How confident are you that the ceasefire, as it is, might...
Let me just get another genocidal prick on here. Let me get another genocidal piece of shit on the show to talk about this genocide.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Well, I'm not confident. I mean, in response to what's been happening in the last 24 hours, the US president himself has said that nothing will be allowed to jeopardize the ceasefire, and he's also said that Israel has the right to hit back. I can answer one question with which your last speaker was grappling, which is why has Israel responded with such indiscriminate and overwhelming force? Firstly, because that's their doctrine, to use over.
Yeah, crazy that this guy that was literally in, like, you know, I don't know, British mandated Palestine or whatever the fuck he was saying. This guy was like there, I don't know, I guess just after the Nakba happened or whatever. I don't know.
Overwhelming force, and that of course leads to the high risk of violations, unjustified killing of innocent people, and secondly, of course, because, as we've heard so many times,
even though this guy was a fucking Ministry of Defense Director of Diplomacy, a literal fucking Brigadier John Deverell, yeah? He's there like being like, yeah, this is just what the Israelis do. They just like murder people indiscriminately. It's their doctrine. They want to respond with overwhelming force that's completely unnecessary. He's just being like, yeah, they're just genocidal freaks. Like, they love to rape and like be pedophiles and shit. Like, he's just saying all this stuff, even though he's like a brigadier from the Ministry of Defense.
Netanyahu himself wants to stay in power, and he needs to keep his right-wing extremist coalition together for that purpose, and they want to go back to war, and so therefore he's walking a tightrope. At the end of the day, to go back to your question, it's an unknown to what extent President Trump can control him.
Brigadier, you're a military bloke. You know war.
Trinity. Sorry, Nick Ferrari with the fucking. Oh, mate. Honestly, right? Honestly, I genuinely, you know, chat, I work so hard at this job, and I know that I'm just a Twitch streamer and this, that, and the other, but you've seen the reports that I do on Red Planet, and you've seen the interviews that I do on Red Planet, right? And I would argue that I'm fucking leagues more professional than this cunt. He's there on getting paid however the fucking much he gets paid on LB fucking C every day, and my man is like, you're a military bloke, you know war. Oh, I can't. Chat, please give me money. Please give me money. Only another £70. Literally, that's all I'm asking for. Just another £70, and that's it. I'm not going to ask for anything else. Just, you know, it's a travesty that this man gets paid like fucking 50 grand a year or something, whatever the fuck he makes. You know? It's not true. Trump can easily control Netanyahu. It's just because they have to tell the Israelis to take a hike, which they'll never do because they support the genocide. Correct, Baldwin? Yes, absolutely. And I agree, Mia. We also need to push back on the word hostages. It's prisoners of war. The IOF people that have been taken as prisoners of war by Hamas are prisoners of war. They're literally all soldiers. They're literally all soldiers.
Isn't it wholly likely that, tragically, some of the remains might never be found? Simply as a result of what's taken place there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think Nick, the thing is, for thank goodness for the vast majority.
He's got pictures of the Queen in the background. That's either the Queen. Maybe it's not the Queen. Oh, I don't know. It really looks like a royal photo, like the Queen. I'm gonna take a bet that is the Queen.
Majority of people living in this country, we simply have no idea thank God, of the conditions in which people are living in Gaza, completely ghastly, and a place which is largely destroyed. To your point, how would it be possible to find, to guarantee to find every single remain of every single person in double quick time? It's quite frankly ridiculous, and it goes back to my point that this is an excuse. Excuses are being looked for by the extremist government of Netanyahu to do what they did in terms of overwhelming force response. Absolutely.
Lastly, Brigadier, what do you see as happening next?
I think he's going to say Netanyahu is going to do something insane, right? Because this guy is a war bloke, an army chap, a military fella, right? He's done this analysis. He's seen how this shit goes. He knows what fucking the Zionist entity does. He'll probably say something like, well, either the ceasefire will hold, but if that happens, Israel is going to go to war with Iran or Turkey or Egypt, and they've been manufacturing consent for all this kind of shit, or the ceasefire will not hold, and they'll just go back to genociding Palestinians, and that'll be that. Right.
At the same time, Nick, of course, the negotiators are grappling with three key questions. Firstly, what will the international force look like? And of course, different views pertain on that. The second thing they're grappling with is the issue of disarmament of Hamas, which of course is a thorny subject. I mean,
okay, so we didn't say anything like that whatsoever. He's just like, the negotiations, Hamas needs to disarm. Yeah, okay, whatever, dude. Garbage, absolutely shit. I think we've already seen this, so we're not going to watch that. Okay, what do we got here? 3-minute review from ABC says IDF says it resumed Gaza ceasefire after the strike. So this was 6 hours ago. I don't know if there's been any further news about this since then, but let's take a look.
On this. So, Mick, Israel says it carried out these strikes because of an attack on IDF troops in Gaza and because Hamas hasn't returned all the dead hostages. Hamas says these strikes are a blatant violation of the ceasefire deal. Now, Israel says it will go back to adhering to and enforcing the ceasefire again. So who gets to decide?
What the fuck is going on here, man? It's just like a mad picture to be having on your wall, just like a buffalo looking like that. I don't know, it's just a bit weird. It's a bit weird to me.
If and when this ceasefire is on...
Buffaloes are wonderful animals, by the way. I have nothing against buffaloes, but I just don't know. Like, this guy is like a fucking... Who is he? What is he? What does he do? Who does he represent? Is he some kind of like weird Democrat military freak? You know... Because if he's got a buffalo on his wall, he'll have it for like weird sex reasons, won't he?
Off.
So, Diane, this is a very difficult situation, of course, because you're gonna maintain a ceasefire.
Mick Mulroy,
unless you're attacked.
News contributor, ABC News contributor,
or the many other armed groups that are in Gaza. Either way, they're going to defend themselves. If it's limited and they can both agree, so that's the answer to your question, both agree that happened, but we're going back to the terms of the agreement, then that's who ultimately controls.
Yeah, please do some actual journalism. IDF says this, Hamas says right. You know, it's so weird. Like, there is just no journalism happening here whatsoever, right? It might as well be that they're all just client journalists. Yo, Rob.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
You legend. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Chat, we just need another £15 to hit the goal for today, yeah? Another £15. And then tomorrow we'll need like, I don't know, what, £55 or something? I can't remember what I said. But we're almost halfway from where we were before. Please consider another £10 dono. Yeah, not another £10 dono, but another like amount of donos that add up to £10. We'll listen to some more tunes. It'll be an unofficial hype train, chat. That's how it fucking goes, yeah? Thank you so much, Rob. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What a legend. Yeah, please consider. Tip. Give me money. Give me money. Rob heard the call. That's how it goes. The camera setup is weird. It's like I don't know if anyone's ever seen Samurai Cop, right? It's one of my favorite bad movies. I watched it in the Discord years ago. Samurai Cop Lion Head, right? This is one, like, I don't know if I can find like a video of this. There must be this, all lion head shots. No, it's not there. Basically, right? Basically, there's this one scene in Samurai Cop where, like, the Samurai Cop goes to, like, seduce and coerce a restaurant owner that is, like, involved in a crime that he's investigating or something, right? And in this scene, you can see how the cinematography in this scene, the setup of the shot is, like, completely purposefully meaning to get that fucking lion's head in the shot. Right? And there's loads of shots where it's like the lion's head is just so prominent and it's such a weird fucking creepy piece of art. It's completely fucking bizarre. There's loads of different shots where it's just like so clearly in the shot. Like even this one, right? Hang on, where do I fucking find this? How can I find this? This next shot. I'm not just like get that image. Come on, man. Here we go. No, it's not gonna let me do that. That one? Will that one work? Yeah. Like, it's so weird. So weird. Why did he do that? Amir Shervan, why did you do that? Iranian filmmaker, by the way. Iranian filmmaker, by the way. Okay, so yeah, let's get back to this. Yeah, the guy's shot is like that. He's got the buffalo in his shot like that. So it's like peering over his shoulder like the lion in Samurai Cop. String what's it like? Yeah, it's mad, innit? The lion has awoken.
Whether that.
Listen to your latest VODs while working today. Thank you.
We should all hope that is the case.
Hello, Oxpecker. Welcome in.
Not to go back to full-on combat. We need to head into, like Ian said, into the second phase, which is where Hamas disarms.
A rare collectible. You can buy it apparently on eBay.
And much more is done to quell the humanitarian crisis that's going on in Gaza.
When the chuds talk of the English lion, that's what they mean. Yeah.
Pause it at any time, strike the other side, and then say, okay, we're back on now.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point. Isn't that a great point, chat? Yeah, at this point, literally, it could just be, right, well, we're going to bomb them, and now we're doing a ceasefire. We're going to fire, and then we're going to cease. We're going to fire, and then we're going to cease. And we all know which side is going to do that, right?
So it's not ideal, of course, and this is part of...
It's not ideal! Buddy, it is a farce, is what it is. What are you talking about? Yes, we're going to fire, you're going to cease. Hey, Freund Blase.
Reason why they want to see Hamas disarmed, but Hamas is going to want to be protected.
No, the reason that they want to see Hamas disarmed is so that they could go into the strip and completely fucking genocide the Palestinians. That's why that is.
Fashion. Whether it's to be sequestered in a certain part of Gaza and then protected by
vagina.
Cheers, comrades.
Tori Kabori with the £20 dono. Yo, let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for... Thank you so much for the £20 dono. That's absolutely crazy. A promise is a promise. We're gonna have an unofficial hype train. Sorry, YouTube, we're gonna lose you for a second again, but you won't even notice it. It'd be like we didn't even go anywhere. Welcome back, YouTube. Okay, let's crack on.
Force, or they get this safe passage is called for in the 20-point plan. Ultimately, this is going to happen. I think that we should understand that so that every incident doesn't mean the collapse of the actual agreement. But as long as we can get back to a ceasefire and start making progress is what matters the most, even if it's incremental. The opposite of that would be going back to full-on combat, which we've seen the devastation that's caused, not only to Israelis, but the people in Gaza. So we don't.
It's just mad, like, what qualifications you need to be an ABC News contributor, right? All you have to do is go on there and be like, well, the good thing would be is if there's no more killing, and the bad thing would be the opposite of that. £5,000, please.
I want to see that happen.
Mick, where do things go from here?
Where do things go from here?
Well, hopefully, while they're talking about how Hamas is going to disarm, that this international stabilization force is start being set up. King Abdullah.
This international stabilization force is start being set up.
Of Jordan said this weekend that unless that disarmament happens, it's very unlikely that countries are going to want to send their forces in to forcibly disarm them. That said, they need to start being stood up now. They need integration. They need training. It's one thing to be a soldier. It's another thing to be a peacekeeper. And they need to be integrated into this cell that is the U.S. set up in Israel, which one of their main purposes is to ensure the coordination that would have this force deploy. That needs to be happening. So even when Hamas does disarm, if they disarm, there's not a big gap between that and when this force is introduced into Gaza to help stabilize the situation there.
I like it, what we're operating, what you were saying earlier, Baldwin, like, IDF says this, Hamas says that, it's terrible journalism just in general, but like, even with the reporting on understanding what has been agreed to in the ceasefire agreement, the sources that they're using is the US government. None of these pricks have actually looked at the ceasefire agreement and seen what has been agreed to and what hasn't, right? None of them have looked at that. Because if they'd looked at that, they would not be saying the words, when Hamas disarm, and then implying if they disarm would be some kind of Hamas being naughty, right? Framing it in that way. Like, they've not agreed to it. They haven't fucking agreed to it, and they won't agree to it, and they have no power to force them to disarm. So it's like, what are you doing, dog? Yeah, policy via press release. Exactly.
All right, ABC News
client journalism.
Defense analyst Mick Mulroy, thank you.
Mick Mulroy. That guy's name might as well have been Mick Mulroy, like the, like a fucking, like a McDonald's fucking burger or something. So translated this on Twitter. This is the finance minister of Gaza, and I wanted to just read this out just at the end of this segment because I think it's really pertinent that we actually listen to the voices from Gaza because they are very fucking rarely platformed. This is a message from the depths of wounds. Here in Gaza, it continues to bleed silently under the weight of slow genocide. The direct bombardment has relatively stopped, but the chapters of the crime continue with other tools: the closure of the crossings, the tightening of the siege, and the obstruction of the entry of food, medical aid, and shelter materials such as tents, blankets, and caravans. All of these keep our great people in a vortex of harsh humanitarian suffering that demands urgent and effective international action. In Gaza today, 288,000 Palestinian families are without shelter, while the occupation continues to prevent the entry of the most basic shelter necessities for them. We have more than 20,000 wounded and sick people in desperate need of travel for treatment abroad after the occupation destroyed the healthcare system and destroyed more than 1,700 doctors, nurses, and medical staff, leaving thousands of wounded without care or hope for treatment while simultaneously preventing the opening of the Rafah crossing so that these individuals can seek treatment abroad. As for humanitarian aid, what enters the sector still does not exceed 93 aid trucks daily, a meager number compared to the needs of 2.4 million people living under a siege without sufficient food, medicine, or shelter. Gaza does not need statements of solidarity, it needs binding international decisions to hold the occupation accountable, end the siege, open the crossings, and save what remains of life. So, there you go. An actual voice from Gaza there. Incredibly important to understand that is indeed the reality of what's going on. So next up, I'm going to be running through the Renters' Rights Bill that has just gone through in the UK because it's pretty important, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But we are going to be having a little look at the landlord responses to the Renters' Rights Bill, which is going to be very funny. It's going to be our little bit of landlord brain rot today, but then we've got more brain rot to come later on. In the meantime, just at the end of that section there, I'm going to go and warm up some food rapidly. I won't be too long. It might be about 5 or 10 minutes or something. Use this time, Twitch chat, to go and stretch your legs, go outside, take a breath of fresh air, open a window, do a bit of that. Take your meds if you've forgotten to do so. Get some water yourself, get a nice cup of tea, etc., etc., etc. And I will be back imminently. See you in a minute.
Launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere, and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Yo. Man's back. Okay. Hey Morgana, how you doing? Oh, good night, Mia. Sorry if I missed you. I just took a shower and it made me feel a solid 40% less insane. You know what? That's so weird that you say that, because I was actually thinking... when I was eating just then, there was a post that I saw, like, yesterday or something. And it was like, the reason that you're so depressed is because human beings are apes that sing. And we used to go around and sing everywhere, and we used to wake up in the morning and you would be surrounded by people who live in the same gaff as you, in the same place as you. You would know the names of every hilltop. You would go there every week and you would sing at the top of your lungs. And you would eat together with your community every single day, 3 times a day, and you would chat and talk and love each other. You know, people would give each other massages every morning because we know that we're upright apes and we use our backs all the time. That's why, like, you know, you're actually unhappy because you eat alone in the dark and you're hunched over like this and no one's giving you a fucking massage, and the shit massage fucking things that we get, like, to self-massage are just, like, not good enough. We don't sing anymore, and if we sing, we're on our own, and we're singing commodified pop songs that people have made literally just to make money. They have no soul to them whatsoever, you know. So there you go. You know, that's it, right? That's why we're all so sad, because capitalism took these things from us. This is so real, yeah. It was literally so real. I saw it, and I was like, that's so real. So there you go. Anyway, all right, let's get into the next. Let's get into the next segment of the stream. Hello, Pup Tetris. How you doing? Welcome in. I also love this chat message as well from Banker. I'm completely off the rails, eating lasagna in a pita bread. I've gone mad. I'm eating two loosely associated foodstuffs at the same time. Okay, all right. Let's get on to the next bit. We're talking about the Renters' Rights Bill. This was passed, not yesterday, but the day before. No, it was passed yesterday. It went into effect yesterday. And it has driven some landlords absolutely mental. So, let's take a little look at what the Renters' Rights Act actually is. Now, this is a watered-down bill of what was the Renters' Reform Bill. So this was something that was introduced by the Tories, and there was a bunch of consultations that happened with a bunch of different NGOs, tenant unions, like us, for example, Greater Manchester Tenants Union, and they essentially had a bunch of things that people have been asking for time and time again, demanding of the government time and time again. You know, it's a watered down version of this, right? It's a completely watered down version of this. So, Renters' Rights Bill receives royal assent today, securing a fairer future for 11 million private renters in England. Now, are there some good things in this? Yes, there are some good things in this. Renters' Rights Bill receives royal assent. Landmark legislation will abolish Section 21. So what used to happen is that Section 21, basically, you would get a notice from your landlord that said, right, you have to move out on this date, and it would be 2 months. Then a judge would go to look at this possession claim and say, okay, do I want to give the landlord this? Overwhelmingly, they would give it to the landlord. But they could do this for any reason. They didn't have to give a reason, right? They didn't have to give a reason at all. The Act will rebalance landlord-tenant relations across England as part of the government's plan for change. This is doubtful. I think that most tenants will still see their landlords as someone who steals their wages, because that is what they are. And as new chatter, the Steve Beck says in the chat, no, rent will not go down as a result of this. You know, in order to have a comprehensive amount of protections for tenants, there would need to be a rent cap involved, at least freeze the rent until people can negotiate and figure out exactly what rent people should be paying. The answer is none. The answer is people should be paying no rent. People should just be given houses to live in. It should be a human right, but, you know, we're far away from that reality. England's 11 million private renters were granted the most significant increase to their rights in a generation when the government's Renters' Rights Bill received royal assent today at 7:40 p.m. Renters' Rights Act delivers on the government's plan for change. Yeah, whatever. Abolishing Section 21. Keir Starmer, Steve Reed, I don't really care what these people said. So Tom Darling, directors of the Renters Reform Coalition, which includes Shelter, Generation Rent, Citizens Advice, and Acorn. This also includes Greater Manchester Tenants Union, London Renters Union, CATU, a bunch of other tenant unions all up and down the country. The members of the Renters Reform Coalition have been campaigning for this generational upgrade to renters' rights for a decade. So today is fantastic news for England's 12 million renters. Our thanks to this government for finally getting this landmark legislation, which has faced stiff opposition at various points over the finishing line. Rebalance landlord-tenant relations the way a trebuchet balances stones. Correct. Okay, you've actually changed your name, Nicholas. Right, so you're Hermeneutics. Nice name, like it. Renters' rights are all well and good, but how exactly is that going to do anything for Gary's Patreon? I know that you're after that content, Al. I know you're after it. That's why I'm going to try and get through this as fast as I can so that we can get to Jimmy the Giant and Gary's Pisconomics. 12 million renters. Our thanks to this government for finally getting this landmark legislation, which has faced stiff opposition at various points over the finishing line. For far too long, tenants in England have been afraid to challenge their landlords or ask for essential repairs for fear of a Section 21 no-fault eviction. Once the new law comes into force, Section 21 will be finally consigned to the dustbin of history, and renters will gain crucial protections as well as new powers to hold landlords to account. So Chief Executive of Generation Rent, Matthew Pennycook, whatever, Ben Beadle, Chief Executive of the National Residential Landlords Association. You know, we don't really care what they say. Sean Palmer, Executive Director of St. Mungo's, it's a homeless charity, says the long-awaited Renters' Rights Bill will soon become law. It's a watershed moment for tenants across the country and welcome news for everyone committed to ending UK homelessness. Because as you know, chat, I will have spoken about this many, many times since doing activism with Greater Manchester Tenants Union, that Section 21's responsible for, I think, 20% of homelessness in the UK. At St. Mungo's, we see the real human impact of people pushed to the brink of homelessness by spiraling rents, unfair evictions, and poor quality housing. Affordable, accessible, private rented housing is essential for preventing people from experiencing homelessness in the first place and as part of their recovery. By delivering on its commitments and to empower renters with greater security, protections, and rights, the government has taken a positive, tangible step towards ensuring everyone has a safe and secure place to call home. There should be not given. Terrible English grammar over here. The government, the Labour government, should not be thanked for this bill. If anything, they watered down the version of the bill that was being kicked down the road by the Tory party. So this is potentially a worse bill than what we would have gotten under the Tory party, who introduced it as part of their 2019 election manifesto, right? So that's what it is. Abolishing Section 21 evictions is an overview of the measures. So we're starting here. Abolishing Section 21 evictions and moving to a simpler tenancy structure where all assured tenancies are periodic. This is quite an interesting one, and I'm quite a fan of this, particularly. Ensure possession grounds are fair to both parties, giving tenants more security while ensuring landlords can recover their property when reasonable. This is something that was added into the bill, by the way. It is wild how Boris was progressive compared to Keir. Like, markedly so. Markedly so. Remarkably so. Provide stronger protections against backdoor eviction by ensuring tenants are able to appeal excessive above market rents, which are purely designed to force them out. So this is an interesting part, which is pretty good. Introduce a new privately rented sector landlord ombudsman that will provide quick, fair, impartial, and binding resolution for tenants' complaints about their landlord. This remains to be seen. How this actually will get set up is, I don't know. I don't know how it is going to be set up at this moment in time. Create a private rented sector database to help landlords understand their legal obligations. Ha! And demonstrate compliance, giving good landlords confidence in their position. No such thing. Alongside providing better information to tenants to make informed decisions when entering into a tenancy agreement. Correct. When reasonable, as decided by other landlords in government, I'm guessing. Fortunately, not other landlords in government, but by judges in county court. But that could be... I mean, obviously, the white paper has been, you know, changed by landlords in government. Yes, you're right about that part of it. But the judge will make the decision in general. And I don't know how much leniency judges are going to get at the county court level for this kind of stuff, but that remains to be seen, right? Give tenants strengthened rights to request a pet in the property, which a landlord must consider and cannot unreasonably refuse. That's quite a cute part of it, right? Apply the decent home standard to the private rented sector to give renters safer, better value homes and remove the blight of poor quality homes in local communities. Apply Awab's law to the sector. So Awab's law, this was a 3-year-old kid who died from mold inhalation in social housing as a result of anti-black racism and Islamophobia. Unfortunately, this kid died, and they, the parents repeatedly complained to the social housing landlord saying the property's damp, there's mold, it's really bad, and there was so much racism that was exposed behind the scenes. It's a wonder that Rochdale Borough-wide housing are still around. Rochdale Borough-wide housing are currently trying to demolish 21 homes on an estate in Lower Phalange, some of which contain friends of mine that I know through GMTU. So they're evil fucking people. But Awab Shark was this kid that died. So they're applying Awab's law to the private sector, which is interesting because there was a 2008 bit of legislation, it might be wrong, it might be 2006, called the Housing Health and Safety Rating System. The Housing Health and Safety Rating System is a guidebook by which councils are supposed to look at hazards in private rented accommodation and issue improvement orders if the tenant has, emailed their landlord twice about it and they've not received a response. Then they can go to the council. But it's such a long process and it's dog shit, right? The way that tenants were expected to deal with it, was completely ridiculous. The onus should be on the landlord to, provide a safe home free of hazards, before they even start renting out a property, right? So now what we've got is the decent home standard to the private rented sector, Awab's law to the sector. So now the Housing Health and Safety Rating System is now applied with some actual teeth. Make it illegal for landlords and agents to discriminate against prospective tenants in receipt of benefits or with children. This is a massive one because there have been so many examples of landlords discriminating against tenants in receipt of benefits over the last 20 years. It's just been completely fucking evil. End the practice of rental bidding by prohibiting landlords and agents for asking for or accepting offers above the advertised rent. So this is absolutely massive as well. Landlords and agents will be required to publish an asking rent for their property, and it will be illegal to accept offers made above this rate. So this was something that was causing gentrification in a massive... a massively fucking accelerated fashion all over the country, right? Because if you think about it, you've got Londoners who are moving up to Manchester because the rent is getting too expensive in London, but they're on their London wage, right? Because they do work from home jobs, so they get like £30,000 fucking pound a year or whatever. They move to Manchester where £30,000 a year makes you a fucking god, right? And then you try and get a nice fucking new build luxury flat in some of the new fucking gentrification towers that are going up in Manchester. There's too much competition there, so you go, well, there's some nice places in Hume, this working class area that is like slowly being gentrified, so let's have a look at some flats there. That's a nice flat. That one's just been built. What's that? A resident of Hume has given you an offer of the asking price? Well, let me add another fucking 300 quid that they'll never be able to afford on top of that, so that I can live there instead of this person who's lived there their entire life, right? Getting priced out of the neighborhood that they grew up in. So yeah, that's that. And more often than not, the sufferers of gentrification are black and racialized people, across the board, right? So that's great. Strengthen local authority enforcement by expanding civil penalties, introducing a package of investigatory powers, and bringing in a new requirement for local authorities to report on enforcement activity. Now, this is a key thing as well, because, like I said, local authorities were always slow to act when it came to issuing improvement orders, and also the onus used to be on the tenant to badger the local authority to actually do something about it. So this is an interesting one. It'll be interesting to see how this is enforced. I don't know how it's going to work going forward, but we'll have to just see how it goes. Strengthen rent repayment orders by extending them to superior landlords, doubling the maximum penalty, and ensuring repeat offenders have to repay the maximum amount. Now, this is fucking dope. A rent repayment order will happen for various reasons. The main one being the landlord doesn't have a HMO license, so a license for a property containing 5 or more people, right? In one home with a communal area. And I think a rent repayment order can happen if your deposit isn't protected. But I think that's just 3 months rent, so I'm not sure about that. Not sure about how that one would go into that, but maybe it's going to be explained in this. There is a guide to the Renters' Rights Bill. Overview of bill measures. I think we've just looked at this. Tenancy reform. The Renters' Rights Bill will introduce a transformative new tenancy system, ending the threat of arbitrary Section 21 evictions, which uproot renters from their homes with little notice and minimal justification. The new tenancy system will provide tenants with greater security and stability, and empower them to challenge bad practice without fear of retaliatory eviction. I mean, this is the key part of abolishing Section 21, right? Because what you would find all the time in the UK is you've got a shit landlord, right? There's a leak in the fucking roof. You go, hi, can you repair this, please? It's your job to repair it. They don't respond. You email them again. They don't respond. You email them again. You email the council. They're not getting back to you. It's making you ill. It's making the flat damp. It's making it's growing mold in the damp. It's doing all this stuff, it's making your life shit. It's making you ill, and so you get mad. And then you tell the landlord, listen, dickhead, you need to sort this fucking out right now. And then they hit you with a Section 21, you gotta go, right? That's what would happen all the time. Sometimes it wouldn't even take that much. Sometimes it would just be like, hello, can you, replace the carpets because they're not, how they looked in the, They're not how they looked in the letting agent advert. And then you just get evicted in 2 months. Insane. Used to happen all the time. Now that can't happen. Fantastic. Landlords will also benefit with more straightforward regulation and clearer and expanded possession grounds. The expanded possession grounds is the landlord meddling. 1,000% landlord meddling. Yeah? This was not in the Renters Reform Coalition demands. We didn't want expanded possession grounds, right? But of course, landlords were like, we need more choice to be able to get our properties back. Insane. I think this is one of the biggest ones. Periodic tenancies. The Renters' Rights Bill will remove fixed-term assured tenancies. So what that meant is basically fixed-term tenancies mean renters are obliged to pay rent regardless of whether a property is up to standard. They reduce flexibility to move in response to changing circumstances. For example, after a relationship has broken down, to take up a new job, or when buying a first home. Instead, all tenancies will be periodic, giving tenants with tenants able to stay in their home until they decide to end the tenancy by giving 2 months notice. I mean, this is kind of stupid. It's kind of arbitrary because this was always the case. Without some of the extra bits. So the extra bits here are, for example, you would have to pay rent if you were in a fixed term tenancy. So you would sign a contract with a landlord for 12 months, two years, whatever. And during that time, you had to pay rent. And if you were 2 months in arrears, you could get evicted in 2 weeks, right? But if you, or they could chase you for the money, right? They could start a civil procedure to chase you for the rent. Even if you had to move or they missold you the property or anything like that. But at the end of the tenancy period, at the end of the tenancy agreement, every tenant has always had the right to stay in their property, right? That's always been the case. So it's kind of a bit of an arbitrary change, and it is better for tenants. So this is pretty decent. All tenancies will be periodic. Yeah, we read that. Grounds for possession. Now, this is the mad bit. We value the contribution. They add this shit in for landlords. They're like, let's suck landlords' dicks for a bit. We value, I'm going to read it in Keir Starmer's voice. We value the contribution made by responsible landlords who provide quality homes to their tenants and believe landlords must enjoy robust grounds for possession where there is good reason to take their property back. To support this, the bill clarifies and expands grounds for possession while ensuring tenants are protected from arbitrary eviction and given enough time to find a new home. Landlords must, as in the current system, go to court if a tenant does not leave. They will need to provide evidence that the ground is met. For mandatory grounds, the court must award possession if the ground is proven. For discretionary grounds, the court could consider if eviction is reasonable, even when the ground is met. Right, so previously, like we've seen on, what was it, Slum Landlords, Nightmare Tenants, the fucking evil poverty porn show that we watch normally every Wednesday. Sometimes the judge would just be like, yeah, no, they can stay in the property, right? And so most grounds used to just be completely discretionary. There was only one ground, I think, that was like, no, you have to evict a tenant if they do this. And I think that was if they have purposefully not paid rent. I think that's what it was. And they'd like refuse to do a payment plan with a landlord, right? So where a tenant is at fault, landlords can give notice using the relevant grounds at any point in the tenancy. This includes where a tenant commits antisocial behavior. Again, this is like completely ridiculous. I guess that this will be discretionary because it's like, what are you on about? Like, what is antisocial behavior? No one's ever been able to define antisocial behavior. Because there are other words to define what people always use when they say antisocial behavior. They say, what's antisocial behavior? And they'll say, oh, it's when a tenant is being nasty. And it's like, right, well, how are they being nasty? Oh, they're just talking to me in a mean way. And it's like, that's fine. People don't have to be nice to you. It's not a crime to just, like, be a bit mean, right? But like when people say like, oh, well, it's when they assault people, and it's like, well, you just said that then. You just said assault. That's a crime. Like, you're talking about the crime of assault or grievous bodily harm or whatever. Like, antisocial behavior is just fucked because it's like, what, like, even if they talk about like playing music too loud, it's like, yeah, like if there's a fucking music limit or like a noise limit in the area that's set by the council, that's a name of that. You're breaching the noise limit of the community. So it's like, what is antisocial behavior? Like, what is it? It's so fucking ridiculous. Is damaging the property, right? But it's like, well, how would a tenant damage the property? Just like fucking get like a hammer and just start smashing stuff up. Like, how often does this happen? It just doesn't. Or falls into significant arrears. Yes, people will say a group they don't like meeting in public is antisocial behavior, and you're absolutely right, Prince. This has been historically used. This word has been historically used to police black communities and racialized communities. Well, obviously, black people are racialized. Overwhelmingly black communities, but in general, racialized communities in Britain. Yeah. Or falls into significant arrears. Significant arrears, what is that? Because it used to be 2 months. What is the significant arrears? This needs to be defined, right? That actually needs to be defined. Okay, well, it's been defined here. So we will increase the mandatory threshold of eviction from 2 to 3 months arrears and increase the notice period from 2 weeks to 4. This is still garbage, right? It's just garbage. Completely rubbish. This will allow tenants more time to repay arrears and remain there in their homes. No, it won't. It's a completely out of touch, arbitrary increase in rent arrears allowance. Landlords can also continue to use the discretionary rent arrears ground. For example, if rent is repeatedly late, right? But then a judge would have to be like a fucking evil piece of shit to say that this was fair, right? Right. Well, if they paid the rent, yeah, but they're always late. Right, but how does that affect you? Oh, it doesn't. Right, well, they can stay. Done. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, that sounds so bad. Yeah, repeatedly is like more than once. Like, it's crazy, right? It's crazy because, like, how often have you been late on the rent, chat? I've been late on the rent fucking loads of times in my life. Do you know what I mean? So, what? We can get evicted now for that. Insane. As well as tenants, landlords' own circumstances can sometimes change. And yeah, right, exactly. Almost always. I'm late on the rent right now. Exactly. As well as tenants, landlords' own circumstances can change, and the bill includes strengthened right to reclaim properties when it's necessary. For example, to sell or move in. Tenants will benefit from a 12-month protected period at the beginning of a tenancy during which landlords cannot evict them to move in or sell the property. Landlords will need to provide 4 months' notice when using these grounds, giving tenants more time to find a new home and reducing the risk of homelessness. I don't think 4 months' notice is enough still. I just don't think it is. I think this should be like when you're selling a home, it's like a big thing, right? Especially if it's not a home that you live in. I just think that it's crazy. Like this is like a year-long process sometimes. You know? Just paid my HOA fee that was due in March. Right, there you go. I could technically be evicted if I'm 3 days late on my rent. Right, exactly. It's just mental. My financial idol is Amadeus Mozart. Yeah, hell yeah. We'll the possession grounds which are adequate supply of properties of vital sectors such as temporary and supported accommodation. This is interesting. In some sectors, it is necessary to move tenants on where accommodation is intended for a particular purpose. For example, where the current tenant may no longer need the accommodation or is no longer eligible to occupy it. We will therefore introduce a limited number of possession grounds to ensure there is an adequate supply of properties in vital sectors such as temporary and supported accommodation, and for critical housing schemes such as stepping stone accommodation. Okay, so the people who are going to suffer from this are disabled people and migrants. Right, I did not know that this existed in the bill. This is crazy. I cannot believe that this was allowed to go through without any kind of fucking criticism. We will introduce a limited number of possession grounds to ensure there's an adequate supply of properties in the vital sectors. Like, you know, this is all informed by racism and ableism. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. We'll also expand Ground 6 for redevelopment to relevant social landlords to support redevelopment of properties where required, and introduce a new possession ground for relevant social landlords where a tenant has been provided with alternative accommodation while redevelopment affecting the tenant's original home is carried out. Where the landlord seeks possession under these grounds, they will usually need to provide alternative accommodation that meets specific requirements. Well, yeah, that's all. This is already in law. What are they talking about? That's all. This is already in the law. What the fuck are they talking about? They're expanding it, but it's like, it's just that landlords would never do it. That's all it was. It would just be like, right, we're just going to Section 21 you and evict you, and social landlords just wouldn't repair the properties. Support compliance with requirements found introduced elsewhere with the bill to prevent landlords from gaining possession if they're not properly protected a tenant's deposit or registered their property on the private rented sector database. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh, I guarantee 90% of landlords are going to forget to do this shit. They're not going to know, especially if they've been in the game for years. They're going to be like, why should I register my property? What are you talking about? And then they'll try and evict someone in a year. And then the court will be like, yeah, you've not registered your property, mate. Right? That's great. That's great. That's great. We will ensure landlords are always able to rectify non-compliance so they're not prevented from regaining possession indefinitely. These restrictions will not apply to antisocial whatever. Rent increases. Now, this is a key bit. private rented sector tenants to challenge unreasonable rent increases. This will prevent unscrupulous landlords using rent increases as a backdoor for means of eviction, while ensuring rents can be increased to reflect market rates. In future, all rent increases in the private rented sector will be made using the same process. Landlords will be able to increase rents once per year to the market rate, the price that would be achieved if the property was newly advertised to let. To do this, they will need to serve a simple Section 13 notice setting out the new rent and giving at least 2 months notice of it taking effect. The tenant believes the proposed rent increases exceeds market rate. I mean, it's a huge change already. This is good, right? Because previously, landlords could just increase the rent if they'd written it in the tenancy agreement. And I've said this before when I've been looking at landlord content on the stream. A tenancy agreement is just really like a civil agreement between two people. It's not like a legally binding contract. You know what I mean? It's just like a business agreement. And a lot of landlords would say, right, we can put the rent up 3 months in, and we can put the rent up 6 months in, right? This is such whiplash of the dumbest shit you've ever read and some decent stuff. Yeah, you can tell that this has been a bill that has been fought over by landlords and tenants, right? Like, landlords have been going, no, we want this bit, and tenants have been going, fuck you, we're having this, right? It's been that for the last 10 years, literally. And I know because I've been part of an organization that was campaigning for it. Kind of shocked that some of these protections weren't already there. Holy crap. Oh yeah, landlordism is a disease. It's a disease in this country. It's fucking disgusting. It's an epidemic. It's a plague. So this stuff, yeah, the Section 13 notice, yeah. I mean, I don't know how tenants could challenge this. Like, you know, it's going to be interesting, right? Because the market is defined by the price of which someone decides something is. And that person is either a business or whatever. The biggest landlord in the UK is the king. So when the king decides to increase his property prices, his rent, then it goes up everywhere, and that's how much people increase their rent by. If a tenant believes the proposed rent increase exceeds the market rate, they can challenge it at the first tier tribunal, who will determine what the market rent should be. We will reform how the tribunal works to ensure tenants feel confident in challenging poor practice and enforcing their rights. So even if it's in the tenancy agreement, they won't be able to put it up more than once a year. According to this, they can't even put it in the tenancy agreement. If a landlord from yesterday, puts it in the tenancy agreement, we could put the rent up in 2 years. The tenant, no, sorry, not in 2 years, in 2 months, the tenant will be able to use that as leverage if they ever have to go to court or go to a tribunal and just be like, hey, look, this motherfucker doesn't know the law. So how can we trust him on knowing X, Y, Z, yada, 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 right? So it's a bit better. Tribunal determination to ensure tenants are not unexpectedly thrust into debt. And of course, causes of undue hardship will give the tribunal the power to defer rent increases by up to a further 2 months. Cool. To ensure tenants always have a right of appeal and prevent backdoor evictions, rent increases by any other means, such as rent review clauses, will not be permitted. So that's what I'm talking about. Rent review clauses are the things in the tenancy agreement. So they're not allowed. They're just not allowed. Come on! They could just jack up the rent whenever. It would have to be laid out in the tenancy agreement. But you know, a lot of tenants just don't read it and they just go, yeah, fine. If we get rid of the king, the rent drops to 0. Sadly, I don't think that would happen. Is this just for new tenancy agreements? I think not. It says implementation. To end the scourge of Section 21 evictions as quickly as possible, we'll introduce a new tenancy for the private rented sector system in one stage. On this date, the new tenancy system will apply to all private tenancies. Existing tenancies will convert into the new system, and any new tenancies signed on or after this date will also be governed by the new rules. So at a certain date, everything will just turn into this new stuff. The single date will prevent a confusing two-tier system and give all tenants security immediately. Okay, so there's no yeah, there's no date about when this is gonna happen. Fucking hell. Okay. Let's have a little look here at these grounds for possession. Mandatory grounds. Occupation by a landlord or family. The landlord or their close family member wishes to move into the property. Cannot be used for the first 12 months of a new tenancy. That's good. Sale of dwelling house. The landlord wishes to sell the property. Cannot be used in the first 12 months of new tenancy. That's good. And you need 4 months on top of that after that 12 months to find a new gaff. So, fairly decent. Sale of dwelling house under rent to buy. The landlord is a private registered provider of social housing and the tenancy is under a rent to buy agreement. Right, this is quite rare, so not sure how often that will happen. Sale by mortgagee. The property is subject to a mortgage and the lender exercises a power of sale requiring vacant possession. Right, so that's if the bank decides that they want to reclaim the house with no one in it. Possession when superior lease ends. The landlord's lease is under a superior tenancy that is ending. Can only be used by private registered providers of social housing, agricultural landlords, a person who held a dwelling for the purpose of making it supported accommodation, or a company majority owned by a local authority. So this would be very rare in private rented sector. Possession when superior lease ends. The landlord's lease is under a superior tenancy that is coming to an end or has ended. Can only be used if the superior lease was for a fixed term of over 21 years. Interesting. Okay, so 21 years after a landlord buys. So that would be like my flat in this property. My landlord owns this flat, but the building is owned by like a building management company. So that's the superior landlord, I guess, right? After possession by superior landlord, after a superior tenancy ends, the superior landlord becomes the tenant's direct landlord and ceases to take possession. Can only be used where the intermediate landlord prior to reversion was a private registered provider of social housing, agricultural landlord, a person who held a dwelling for purpose of making it supported accommodation. So again, this would be very rare in private rented accommodation. Possession by superior landlord, this is the same one. Okay, so this is the private version. If you're a private landlord, it will be you have to do it if there was a fixed period over 21 years or within a 12-month period of the fixed term expiry date. Interesting. Student accommodation in the 12 months prior to the state of the tenancy, the property start of the tenancy, the property was let to students. Can only be used by specific educational establishments. What? 2 weeks? Bro! They have fucked over students in this fucking bill, man. What is this? In the 12 months prior to the start of the tenancy, the property was let to students. And then they could just kick anyone out. It could only be used by specified educational establishments, but fucking universities are some of the worst landlords out there. Properties rented to students for occupation by new students. HMO is let to full-time students and is required for a new group of students in line with the academic year. Cannot be used if the tenancy was agreed more than 6 months in advance of the tenancy starting, i.e. the tenant moving in. Student accommodation is like halls of residence, Rob, but actually, nowadays, there's a lot of purpose-built student accommodation, which is basically like private landlord shit that universities, you know, basically build, and they're flats, right? And they charge a bunch of fucking rent for it. It's really bad. A lot of the time, the rent is way more than student loans can pay for. So students have to like get a job while they're studying, which is completely fucking unreasonable. But there you go. HMO is let to full-time students and is required for agreement new students in line with the academic year. Cannot be used if the tenancy was agreed more than 6 months in advance of the tenancy starting, i.e. the tenant moving in. Interesting. I don't know how this is going to work. Hang on, this doesn't make any fucking sense. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So this is just for private landlords and HMOs. So a house of multiple occupants, and it's let to students and is required for a new group of students in line with the academic year. But the academic year starts in September. If they get students in, so under the new rules, every tenancy is a 12-month minimum period where you can't get evicted, right? So this is completely against the main part of the bill, which is that every tenancy is 12 months. You know, but with this one, they're like, okay, you start a tenancy in September, and then you get to July, which is not 12 months. And then they're like, you have to leave. But then from July to September is, hang on a minute, July, August, September. It's 3 months. So what are they even talking about? What are they even actually talking about? This is completely absurd. This is completely absurd. This doesn't work for anyone. It's actually confusing for landlords, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because if they're saying that the notice period is 4 months, properties rented to HMOs led to full-time students required for a new group of students in line with the academic year. Because so what they're saying here is like they need to allow possession so that new tenants can move in, and you get 4 months notice for that, but you can't evict someone in the first 12 months. It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense whatsoever. Yeah, students get kicked out during the summer halls and then it's sold to tourists. Yeah, absolutely. Ministers of religion. The property is held for use by a minister of religion to perform the duties of their office and is required for occupation by a minister of religion 2 months. We're going to start to see a lot of landlords pretending that they're priests or imams or rabbis. This is crazy, man. That's crazy. Occupation by agricultural worker. The landlord requires possession of the house. Someone who will be employed by them as an agricultural worker. Okay. Occupation by person who meets employment requirements. A private registered provider of social housing holds the property for use of tenants and meeting requirements. End of employment by the landlord. Previously granted. A lot of these are so confusing. End of employment requirements. Occupation of supported accommodation, dwelling house. Okay, I'm not going to go through all these. There's a load. Okay, and this is fucked for migrants as well. No right to rent. At least one of the tenants has no right to rent under immigration law as a result of their immigration status, and the Secretary of State has given notice to the landlord of this, and that's 2 weeks. So, yeah, most of the homeless people that we're going to see in the next fucking 10 years are going to be migrants, and they're going to be students. And also, I think just like, it's not going to solve the homelessness problem, right? It just isn't. Okay, anyway, let's move on from that. I'm gonna fly through some stuff. I'm not gonna look at everything that I wanted to look at here. But let's have a little look at what some landlords have been saying about this, yeah? Let's have a little look. It's making me feel very grateful for my current situation as a Cross-sponsored student in France. It's a governmental program which literally gives me housing, charges me rent, and gives me money to pay the rent. Britain fucking sucks so bad. Oh yeah, you better believe it. There's a reason that I became a housing activist in this country. Yeah? There's a reason I became a housing activist. When my good friend Sophie from Mars was like, if you want to fight the doom pill, you should get involved in organizing. The reason why I made the choice that I made to go into housing activism is because landlordism is so bad. Like I said, it's a disease in this country.
Hey, my name's James Nicholson. Welcome to my YouTube channel. The Renters' Rights Bill is now law. There's a lot changed over the last few days. It's now got a new name. We'll give you what its new name is now. And I'm going to talk about when I think some of this stuff is going to roll out. The government said a lot of this is going to roll out. Hey, welcome back, Stalker. Well, it already hasn't, and we're already aware that it's going to take some time to implement this stuff. So I'll be talking about when I think this is going to happen. We've got the National Residential Landlords Association, what they want to happen, what they think the right thing is to happen to give landlords time and tenants time to adapt to this. Also, lucky I got a good landlord at the moment so far after 4 years of living here. Yeah, I mean, like, what I would say is that can be even worse for people. Like, I've had a so-called good landlord for the last, like, 14 years of my life, right? Where, you know, I'm in a very privileged position. Also, one of the reasons that I became a housing activist is because I'm in a very privileged position. But, you know, if I got evicted tomorrow,
Like, if I got an eviction notice tomorrow, I would be completely fucked, because for the longest time, I've had a very, very, very privileged position. I've not had to worry about moving house. I've not had to worry about the rent going up. I've not had to worry about all the other things that other renters have to worry about. And I've remained aware of that fact, because I used to have to worry about that stuff before I found this place, right? You know, when I left home at 17, 18, I was going around a bunch of different gaffs. I've had Section 21 orders. I've been in rent arrears. You know, all that fucking business. I've done it all. You know, if I got an eviction notice tomorrow, I'd be fucked, because I'm going to find it so hard. Most renters are used to that life of like every year move. Oh shit, can't pay the rent. Have to move back to my fucking parents' house. Oh shit, can't pay the rent. Have to sleep on my friend's couch, right? Most renters are like used to this shit. I'm not. I would be fucked. I've got so much stuff here. I don't know where the fuck I'd put it. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, we are lucky. But also, like, you should join a tenants union, because I know for a fact that if I got an eviction notice tomorrow, I would have to resist eviction. I would have to resist eviction. There is no other choice for me. I would simply have to resist eviction with the tenants union. There's absolutely fucking no way. I would have to put it off for as long as possible. While I'm trying to find like a place and like try and like get into the mindset of living that life again. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just one of them, right? Like, if you're in a lucky position, you can also like get dropped out of that in quite a fucking dramatic way. You know, if we're not careful. So join your local tenants union. If you don't have one, make one.
In the last 24 hours. Now, before we
far too many places and never own a home unless in a position to inherit one style. Yeah.
Subscribe to the channel over there and hit that bell notification. You'll be joining 50.
When I was in Chile, the moment that got me radicalized as a teen, early 2020, was seeing my neighbor get kicked out by our landlord. She was a flight attendant. She gave her a 2-week notice, and while she had to haul all her shit up and down stairs with my help, tried to jab her for making the lawn dirty. I had never been angrier in my life, and then we got kicked out quickly after. March 2020. These people are lower than scum. Yep, and fucking nice. What do you call it? Nice chat synchronization there with Landlords, a total scum from Sorka.
1,000 subscribers who get all the latest updates.
Shut up, bro.
On this video. How do we do that? Well, your part's simple. That's what it's been called for ages now. But it's not going to be called that anymore. So the bill part is going. It's now been renamed as the Renters' Rights Act. And that's because...
Well, yeah, because it was a bill and now it's an act.
It's now gone for royal assent. So it's effectively...
This guy, man. I was in the game when it was the Renters' Reform Bill. Not the Renters' Rights Bill. Yeah, he's a fucking whiteboard prick, right? I've had rent go up £600 a month if you renew. So in the US, you have to move every lease unless you're lucky. Survival on the first time discounts. Yeah, for sure. I got kicked out of my last place for complaining about the windows being fucked. Yeah, revenge eviction. That's a revenge eviction. That's exactly what would happen in do you know what I mean, with a Section 21, right? Which you probably got. Randall from Recess, yeah. Area I live in is mad. The estate agent's pushing up rents in my area. You could be getting 1.5 grand a month for this property in this area, and landlords listen. Luckily, mine decided to ditch the estate agent in between, man, so we could run it himself and avoid fees. Yeah.
A law now just needs King Charles, I was going to say Prince Charles, King Charles to scribble on it, and that's it, done. So we're there. It's taken a year or so. The Tories had a lot of work on this for a couple of years, and
no, they didn't. What do you mean?
Point. It was called the Renters Reform Bill, and then Labour got into power, they changed it to the Renters Rights Act, and it's moved through quite quickly. And to be fair to Labour, they promised in the election that they would get rid of Section 21 no-fault evictions. And that's in the bill still. It's not active or law right now. It's something that has passed and will get activated at some point. So here's some...
When is this gonna go? When is this gonna come off the stream? New ebook download below. Like, what are you on about, bro? Trying to fucking get me off this. Brand new ebook, Mortgage Secrets, How to Get the Best Deal in 2025. No, I don't want to start here. Mortgage Secrets, How to Get the Best Deal in 2025. By, okay, alright. Where the author's name would be on the book, he's put James Nicholson Limited. He's put his company name. And on the spine it says Business Plan by James Nicholson. Hey Electric Kitty, how you doing? Welcome in. Alright, I'm gonna sign up for his book, chat. Just give me a hot minute. Wait, what does this say when you get his book? He's got a little video.
For downloading your ebook, that will be with... Hey, thank you for downloading your ebook. That will be with you in the next minute or so. It will go to the email that you filled in on the form just now. Now, do check your junk mail because sometimes it's the first time we've ever emailed you. So it can end up in your junk or your promotions tab if you use Gmail. So do make sure you check those and drag it back into your inbox. So if any future emails need to come out, we can get those to you straight away. Now, I want to give you a very, very special one-time offer for downloading that ebook. We've got a program. It's called The Fundamentals of Property Investing. Now, while everybody else is selling property training for many, many thousands of pounds,
that's what he's doing. That's how he gets you, chat. You can't pause this.
Right now, you can grab my Fundamentals of Property
Chat, you can't pause this video.
For just £29. Now, this will give you everything that you need to be a property investor. We're going to help you pick the right strategy for yourself. Is it HMOs where you run your property on a room?
Trying to sell us a course.
Is it to run it as a serviced accommodation? But before you even get that, how do you find deals? How do you find good deals below market value? Once you've got a good deal below market value, how do you add more value to that property? How do you get a power team of builders, of solicitors, of mortgage brokers that help you get the most profit out of every single deal? Now, also, how do you deal with legislation?
Here's his book. How to Get the Best Deal in 2025. Bear in mind, this is a free book, chat. Locking in the right mortgage could save you hundreds each month. He's got the old £20 notes on this. Oh, that's because you can't put pictures of current currency. Yeah, it's 33 pages. Choosing the right mortgage or remortgage isn't just about ticking boxes. It can mean the difference between saving a fortune or overpaying by thousands. In this practical no-nonsense guide, I'll walk you through exactly how to find a great mortgage deal, where to start your research, and how to work with a mortgage broker who can help you get your deal over the finish line. Step 1. Spend 10 minutes researching mortgage deals online. Bro, before diving in, make sure you've got a solid understanding of the basics. What type of mortgage suits your situation? Fixed, tracker, discount, or something specialist? How much you're borrowing? What kind of deposit you're working with? If that's still unclear. Like, how does anyone think that they found his fucking ebook? How do you think people found your book, bro? They probably Googled mortgage guide. How to do mortgage. Fucking hell. That's so funny, dude. Like, oh, this is just like slop as well. It's like, how much you're borrowing, what kind of deposit you're working with. If that's still unclear, take a step back and get clear on the fundamentals before going any further. This decision impacts your finances for years. I'm not going to tell you how it works, right? I'm not going to tell you how it works. Once you're confident in what you need, it's time to do a quick online search to get a feel for what deals are out there. Wait, didn't he just say this? 10 minutes of research will give you a ballpark of idea of what interest rates you're likely to be offered based on your deposit size and the property's value. Listen, this is insane. If you go onto like if you go onto your bank's website, they will 9 times out of 10 have a mortgage calculator. Like, what are you talking about? Important. Don't just go to your bank, of course. Of course. Don't go to your bank for a mortgage. Your bank will only offer its own products, not the full market. That means you're unlikely to find the cheapest, most suitable deal by going direct. Still, it's worth checking their rates as a benchmark. Like, come on, man. Comparison sites can help you use comparison sites, but with caution. Comparison sites can get you an overview of direct deals, but no single site shows every option, whatever. Wait, what does he say? At Property Accelerator, I always recommend doing your own research up front. Yeah, you've just literally said that. You just literally said that like 5 times. What do you mean? Ignore the APRC, it's largely irrelevant. Wait, what? Love to see lenders quoting something called the APRC, the annual percentage rate of change, which averages out your mortgage's cost over the full term, typically 25 years. But here's the truth, it's not a useful number for most people. Imagine you take out a mortgage fixed at 3.549% for 2 years, then it reverts to 4.74 variable rate. The APRC might show it as a 4.3, but that's just a theoretical average, and in real life, you'll never pay exactly that. Okay. You'll have to see lenders quote something like the APRC annual percentage rate of charge, which averages out your mortgage's cost over the full term. Typically 20... It repeated the same bit! Chat, this is the same! He's doubled the advice! It's exactly the same text here and here! What? Oh, that's great. He made this 10 minutes. He made it in 10 minutes. Double the advice, double the value. Why the APRC doesn't matter. You don't actually pay the APRC. It's just a long-term average. Most people remortgage well before the end of the term. Whatever, man. The lender's variable rate, what your mortgage reverts to, could change over time anyway. Oh my god, the third time, what? What? Number 1, ignore the APRC, it's largely irrelevant. Number 2, ignore the APRC, it's largely irrelevant. Same advice. Why the APRC doesn't matter. Number 3, ignore the APRC. Same advice. Why the APRC doesn't matter again. He really needs you to understand this bit. This is why I did this, chat, by the way. This is why I did this. I've done this too many times now to know that there wouldn't be, I just know that there's always going to be funny shit in there, right? Step 2. This is step 2? There's been 3 steps already. The APRC fucked his wife, exactly. What do you mean, step 2? You didn't even have a step 1. Oh, no, he did have a step 1, right, okay. Okay, step 2. Speak to a mortgage broker who can get you the deal over the line. Once you've done your own research and have a rough idea of what a good mortgage deal looks like, it's time to speak to a qualified mortgage broker. This is where things start getting real, because a great broker can often find options that you won't see online and help you avoid deals that look good on the surface but aren't good fit for your situation. Why work with a mortgage broker? Wider access. Brokers can search deals from a much broader range of lenders, including specialist deals that aren't available directly to the public. What? What you mean is... Right, does this guy offer... I bet this guy offers mortgage broker services. Here we go. Oh my god, he's exactly the same. He's exactly the same as Samuel Leeds. He's exactly the same as Kevin McDonnell. I can't fucking believe this. There's so many of these fucking pricks out here. It's actually insane. It's actually insane, man. Courses. Transforming property investment courses, whatever. Beginner courses, I'll probably invest in... HMO Accelerator. Rent to Rent Accelerator. This is the same advice that Samuel Leeds gives and all this shit. Lease Option Accelerator. This is the same advice that Kevin McDonnell gives. It's all wrong. It's all fraudulent bullshit. It's literally... okay, so this is what he does. He doesn't do mortgage brokers. It's all just nonsense. It's all just complete nonsense. Finding the right broker for you. You're not obliged to use the broker your estate agent recommends. I might suggest one from their office, but you're free to find your own. 3 minutes. Okay, I'm not reading all this. It's just so insane. Oh, whatever, chat. I'll make a bastard landlord influencer video about this guy next year or something, right? Insane. Completely insane. Oh, okay. Okay. Here, that's it. That's where we were up to. Property Accelerator. Oh, shut up. Free ebook. Free ebook, chat. That's what fucking Stunlocked us. This cunt's free ebook.
Some key things. So, the National Residential...
why has he got his AirPods in?
National Residential...
Chat, why has he got his AirPod in?
Association. The
One ear only.
They have said that they think that this needs...
He's listening to mad tunes on that.
To allow landlords, to allow letting agents, to allow tenants to get used to these new rules. And
impromptu bastard landlords vid, yeah.
It will be sensible to allow a 6-month rollout for this. Now, that makes sense. Whether the
hey, Caspi 2005. Maybe he's using it as a microphone.
And so what...
Clearly he isn't. Do you have ears? Do you have... Chat, or are you deaf? Chat, or are you deaf? Because I can tell you as someone who is not deaf, he is not using it as a microphone.
What ultimately...
He's using the camera as a microphone.
...stayed in the bill. What was...
Like, look, when he turns away from the camera, it goes quieter. Come on, man.
Version. Well,
you can hear the echo of the room.
Section 21. Now, the government said, as late as last week, that once this bill goes for royal assent, that Section 21 will be abolished immediately. Well, it's not.
He's also looking at a script off the screen as well. You can tell by where his eyes are looking.
It's not. You can still give us Section 21 right now. In fact, hundreds of people that watch this channel, I think I should do a community vote on this so you can see that. And we can see how many people have actually served this or are considering serving this. But thousands of people...
Yeah, thousands of people are fucking evil. And they want to serve a Section 21 before the law comes in so that they can fucking jack the rent up mad style.
Are going to be serving Section 21 still because you're still...
He is using the AirPod as a microphone. He just forgot to switch the recording devices software is using. Yep.
And do that. So there's nothing to stop you doing that right now. There isn't a date for the rollout. While the government said it would be immediate, there isn't an active date for that. Now, it could be next week. But I think likelihood is that it will be slow-walked and they'll try and get the courts in better shape. They'll allow people to serve Section 21.
Buddy, if all of your fucking landlord mates are going to serve Section 21s out the arse after this has been announced, in what world do you think the courts are going to be in shape? The courts are already backed up to fuck from Section 21 eviction orders. That's literally already the case. What are you talking about? Property investing course flash sale. Link in the description. It's so bad, isn't it, Tori? It's fucking mental.
Those out the way.
Buy my fucking course, you want to be landlord.
Cleaner. Because if they put this on right now, let's just say they abolish Section 21s today, then everyone would have to do a Section 8. The courts would crumble. It just wouldn't happen.
Buddy, what are you talking about? He doesn't have a brain. He doesn't have a fucking brain. What are you talking about? Everyone would have to do a Section 8. A Section 8 is for rent arrears. So, you know, you're saying that every single fucking landlord who wants to evict their tenant is just going to pretend that they're, you know what I mean? Is going to pretend that their tenant is in arrears. What are you talking about, bro? And he's like, oh, the courts would just crumble. It just wouldn't happen. And it's like, yeah, that's because landlords are fucking dickheads.
It wouldn't work. So by allowing a few people to carry on with that for a short period of time, that will put less pressure on the court. So
no, you're just completely misinformed about that.
It's not like active. You can still serve them at the moment. Rolling tenancies. None of this is active at the moment, but this has stayed in the bill. So rolling tenancies are in there.
Fucking, what does that say? What does that say? Rolling 10, rolling TPN, rolling ton. Come on, bro. That doesn't even look like a R. That looks like a fucking K. The NKLA.
This will happen after the tenancy that you've got currently expires. So let's just say...
No! He's wrong! We just read this! Buddy, we just read this! You're wrong about that! It happens on the date that the government is gonna give. This is crazy misinformation straight away. I hope that the landlords watching this guy's fucking content really believe in this guy. I really do. Because, oh my god, there's going to be egg on their face when they try to fucking evict someone in like 6 months' time, right? There's going to be a landlord watching this who's been like, oh, Brill, I've just signed a 12-month tenancy 3 months ago. So we've got another 9 months. That's perfect, right? And he's wrong about that. Because if the government announces this date in the next 2 weeks, it will automatically turn into that. What do some of the comments on his video say? Let's have a fucking look. Let's have a fucking look. Here we go. I'll serve a Section 21 of myself out of this shit all over country. Yes! Please do! Yeah. No, I am posting it anyway. Get fucked. How will the councils house all the people our dim-witted government have now made homeless by killing the private rental market? No, it would be the landlords who did that, bro. It would be the landlords who did that. The quicker this government get out, the better. Bro, you can't, like, what do they think? Like, fascists really think that, like, if you just get a guy to parliament and, like, that guy gets to fight Keir Starmer and win, that, like, all the previous government stuff just disappears, right? Imagine thinking killing the private rental market would make anyone homeless. Yeah, just fucking landlord logic, i.e. none. My POV, governments want landlords out and councils to buy out rentals. Ready for the digital ID rollout. Shut up, bro. Shut up. It's all about control and power. A person will need a clean ID to rent. Otherwise, what? Homelessness. These are very dark times. What are you talking about, bro? Landlords are going to sell their houses now. It don't make economic sense to have them anymore. Yes! By the way, they won't. They won't do that, right? They won't do that. This bill allows new tenants to move in at the agreed price. Then you take a tribunal to have it decreased. These people are insane. They're idiots. They're completely brainless. In no way does it say that. We just went through it, right? We just went all the way through this. It's rent controls under the hood. Utter madness. What are you on about? If a tenancy has come to an end, how can you get the tenant to leave, especially if the property has become run down? Here's the key thing here, chap. You don't let the property get run down, because that's your responsibility. That's just the end of that. They will cause a total collapse of the PRS, with only the corporate still standing. Tenants of the future, good luck. Yeah, but all of this stuff applies to corporate landlords. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'd be surprised if small landlords, 1 or 2 properties don't all sell. It's a waste of time. Yes, good. Yes, good. That's what we want. I look forward to a court case where the tenants block up air vents, keep the windows closed, and have the heating on, which is a primary cause of mold. Wrong. The primary cause of mold is bad insulation. I guarantee this motherfucker here, if he's a landlord, he's killed people for sure, 1,000%. What is happening with EPCs? Nothing. You fucking plank. You fucking plank. Nothing is happening with that shit. What do you mean? Landlord, these are the people that we rent from, chat. These are the fucking people we fucking rent from. They know landlords are disbanded, no union, so are eating us alive. Oh, I wish. Oh, I wish. Oh, I wish. Oh, God. Completely insane. Absolutely insane stuff.
I can give you an example. So this week, I've given a tenant a 1-year tenancy. That's started. They're in the property.
No, they don't taste very good.
So they won't go.
No one wants to eat a landlord
until that tenancy concludes in a year from now. If I'd have given 6 months, it would be like that. Now, I've also got some tenants that...
hang on a minute. What are you on about?
Started. They're in the property. Happy times. So they won't go onto a rolling tenancy until that tenancy concludes in a year from now. If I...
He's wrong! He's just wrong. He's not read it. He doesn't know what he's on about.
If I'd have given 6 months, it would be like that. Now, I've also got some tenants that they started a new tenancy maybe 6 months ago. They've got 6 months left. So at some point in 6 months, they will go on to rolling tenancies on the renewal. So it'll be on renewal.
No, it's not on that. That is not what's in the fucking bill. We just saw it. We just looked at this. It's insane. Oh my God. Like, of course this guy doesn't read. Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised?
You can't do a 20-year tenancy to get round this. You've got to be an AST 6 months or 12 months. So within a year...
You can't do a 20-year tenancy. What? You couldn't do that either. You couldn't do that previously. You can't sign a 20-year lease. What are you on about, bro?
After this is active, it's not active yet, but after it is, that will mean...
When I'm on my deathbed, just hook the landlord meltdown to my veins and I'm so back, baby.
Rent bidding wars. That's banned. I don't come across this much. Maybe landlords, maybe you can tell me, maybe you're a landlord that's in a city. You probably get that more often. I'm sure in London it happens more often. I'm sure in Manchester. These big cities that are highly populated, you get a rental property that goes out and tenants bid the value up on that. Now, that's banned. What the expectation is...
Yeah, the way he said, like, happy times, and he was like, tenancy in the property, happy times. Like, no, it isn't. For you, it is.
That is that people will just put higher rents. So rents will probably go up, and then maybe the landlord will accept a lower offer. That could be how that works. But yeah.
What?
You've got to, whatever you advertise it at is what it's ultimately got to rent for, or less. Annual rent increases. So rent increases can only be once a year. I've never done more than one in a year, ever. And some years I don't even do it.
Yeah, tenants love bidding wars. It's always so fun.
I'll keep it where it is. But yeah, there are landlords that are clearly doing it more than
correct,
once a year.
Steve
You won't
Beck.
be able to do that, and that's going to be something that we've got to keep an eye on. Now, what will happen is probably a lot of people are going to get a rent increase prior to this actually becoming law. I think that this will become law in April. I think it just makes...
Right, but again, the guy's just acting like landlords can do whatever they want now. Like you know, he's just like, yeah, well, you could just like do a rent increase now. No, you can't unless you do a Section 13, right? And if loads of landlords all over the country do loads of Section 13s all at the same time, the thing that you said about the courts is going to happen, right? Unless you've got a stipulation in the tenancy agreement which says that you can put up the rent. So, you know,
sense to make it match up to the financial year, but we'll see whether they do that. But I think
insane, completely insane.
Now, before I go into the other bits, I want to share with you that we're launching something.
Yeah, why would you get a rent increase? Yeah, he's just saying like it's a natural law, just like a natural thing that happens.
First, about exactly what this is. Now, this will be more in-depth, detailed training from me.
Shut up, man. Stop flogging your shite.
You'll get all the so discrimination. Now,
he's going to say something like, landlords are allowed to discriminate against whoever they want. You could just murder tenants if you want.
That makes sense. I mean, that's obvious. I don't know why people used to do this, but they did.
He is so bad at writing. His fucking handwriting is terrible.
Especially, I didn't see it much on Rightmove, but I did see it on Gumtree adverts when I looked on there a few times, where people would say things like, no pets, no DSS, no benefits, no children, these sorts of things. You can't discriminate in your marketing, but you can discriminate when you get the applications in, to be fair still. No one's going to know if you don't want a pet in there, whether you're discriminating or not. You just can't put it.
Are you for real? My man is just like, yeah, don't worry about it. Just break the law, bro. You're not allowed. He really said you're not allowed to say that you're doing discrimination, but you can still do it. Oh, mate. What the fuck? That's completely fucked. Okay, man. Okay. Like, you can use this. You could use this as like a further fucking like campaign. You know what I mean? Like a further campaign to be like, okay, now we need the Renters' Rights Act 2. Yeah? Because listen to the kind of shit this guy's saying. This guy put this on fucking YouTube for everybody to see for his fucking like, how many fucking subscribers does he get? 50,000 subscribers, 10,000 views. Yeah? 10,000 landlords have watched this going like, fuck, what do we do? Renters' rights bill. And he's just gone, you could just still discriminate. Just don't tell anyone you're doing it, right? Just don't tell anyone you're doing it. Fuck me, dude. That was crazy. That was actually the craziest thing I've ever seen one of these fucking bastard landlord influencers say out loud. I can't believe it.
Put it in your marketing. So if you get 5 tenants, one of them has a pet, then you pick one of the other 4, no one would ever know.
He's just saying it again. He's saying it more and more.
And if the tenant brought in that pet at a later date, that would be a breach of the tenancy, and so they could get evicted for that. So they...
Okay, no, again, he's not read the bill. He's not read the bill. Because we saw, didn't we, chat, that tenants now have a right to say, can you have a pet in the property? To say, yeah, you can have a pet in the property. And they can only refuse it on certain reasonable grounds. Insane. The smugness in his voice, as if we don't know that they do this. Exactly. Exactly. He's like, well, we've not been caught out yet. Just crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
You need to be upfront with that. So discrimination is a no-no. Decent home standards.
Discrimination is a no-no unless it isn't. unless it's a yes.
That is basically something that they've got to conclude and determine what are decent home standards. There was
no. What do you mean? You are a fucking plank. You are a plank. You've not read the bill. You don't understand it. Fuck me. What a fucking moron. What an absolute moron. This is insane. What is he talking about? What is he fucking talking about? The decent homes standard already exists. It's literally there. It's on the fucking government website. He's not read the bill. He hasn't read it. He's skim read it and he's gone, I can make a video about this. Brilliant. Let's fucking rush it out. Let's rush it out because everyone's going to want a video today.
Things like that you've got to get a new kitchen every 20 years, a new bathroom every 10 years. These things are being discussed, obviously.
No, they're not. It's already down. It's already written down. It's something that they apply to social housing and shit. Oh, fuck me, man. This is just so insane. It's also going off the housing health and safety rating system as well. Like, you know, come on, man.
But mold and not having a leaky roof and safety and no broken windows and stuff.
Yeah, I only want a landlord who has mates. Yeah, non-available.
I think that will take a while until we know exactly what that means. So
no, it won't!
To keep
oh my god, so fucking frustrating.
Some of you think this will be quick. I don't. It's a government project. Someone's going to tender for this. That will take ages. Then when they've got somebody agreed, then they'll take ages to build it. It will run over budget and they'll pay a lot more than they initially thought they would. So
based on what? This is cope. This is fucking copium. Because I know for a fucking fact that this guy, you know, the landlord database is supposed to be a place where landlords register that they're a landlord, and then any kind of, you know, action that they've taken against tenants is recorded. And it's on a database, right? That's what it is. That's what it's all about. And this guy's like, yeah, nah, they won't be able to do that because they'll have to find a company that wants to do it, and then that company will take ages doing it, and then they just won't do it. Based on what, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
That will take some time, I think, as well. And the last one is the pet.
He's like, yeah, the database, yeah, don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. What? What?
You can't discriminate against pets. Now, this is what they're saying.
Let's just go back. Let's just go back a hot minute. Let's just go back real quick to this discrimination bit, right?
Tree adverts when I looked on there a few times, where people would say things like, no pets, no DSS, no benefits, no children, these sorts of things. You can't discriminate in your marketing, but you can discriminate when you get the applications in, to be fair still. No one's going to know if you don't want a pet in there, whether you're discriminating or not. You just can't put it in your marketing. So if you get 5 tenants, one of them has a pet, then you pick one of the other 4, no one would ever know. And the last one is the pet stuff. Similar to discrimination, you can't discriminate against pets. Now, this is what...
Okay, man. Yeah, guess you read it all, man. I guess you read all of it and you understand it all completely.
They're saying, these 2 here, they're saying we'll roll out immediately. Well, it's law, they haven't. It's going to take a while. So there's no activation date on those yet. I think they'll take a lot longer than you think. The rolling tenancies...
That's cope. That's cope. It's fucking copium.
No, actually, I'm wrong on that. That will go through quite quickly. I think that will be one of the easy wins. Tick that off, like the leasehold reform stuff. So it'll be interesting to see. But Section 21, I think you've got a little while left, and I think people will be issuing them in droves over the next few weeks.
Right, so none of them will get processed. So that's how that's going to go.
It's not good for tenants, not good for the rental market, but that's where we're at. Let me know what you think about that below. Do join the VIP list.
Oh my God, he's got a picture of himself with Gary V. Oh, that's absolutely mad. I think I've seen this before. I'm getting like a deja vu moment. I'm pretty sure that I've seen this picture before. Okay, well. That's that. That's the renters' rights bill. And that's how... and that's how landlords understand it. What are the comments saying? Oh, we went through them before, Al. Let me see if we can pick out some bangers for you. Okay, here's a good one. Back to square one, like in the 1970s when tenants were protected. That will send rents through the roof. Labour disaster as usually. What's new? This guy, right, not only did this guy not understand the bill, but he didn't communicate it properly to the people that he's trying to communicate it to. This guy here saying, if you can't discriminate, does that mean you're not allowed to ask if they have pets or children at the application stage? He doesn't even understand what he just said. It was so, like, obvious to everybody else, but he's just like, I don't know what you're on about. I want the rental market to crash and crash hard. Hundreds of thousands of people homeless. I would happily be one of them if something was done in this country. It's what it has to take. What are you talking about, bro? Who is this guy? Chat, I don't feel safe looking at this image. This guy needs to be on a list. Do you know what I mean? I'm not one for state surveillance, but like saying shit like that. Just go outside and lie down then. Is he pushed up against a piece of glass? It feels like one of the visitors from Yes, I Am a Human. He does look like that. Have you seen this man meme? Oh, he might be AI, right? He might be an AI guy. Yeah, it's this guy, the guy that people see in their dreams. Guy Genericus. He also kind of looks a little bit like Christian Bale. He's already dead. This is a crazy comment. Your part simple. He's loved that comment. We all are, John. Especially me. What are you on about? When is the Landlords' Rights Bill coming up? It's not as if... Oh my god, this is the landlord version of When's Straight Pride. When's the landlord right? What about landlords' rights? Just get a job. Sell, sell, sell. Are you a Labour dunner? You always blow their trumpet even when it is catastrophic for both landlords and tenants. Let's see what he says to this. No, most would say I don't like them. The Renters Riot Act. More laws to renters to do what they friggin' like. No, big deposit means damage to property. Please sell your fucking homes. Sell your homes. The wording of landlords forcing people to lose their homes or something to that extent is wrong. It's my home, not the tenants. I lease my home to someone for a fee, as it is my house. I, for one, hope that this guy, in particular, absorbed every word of this video. Pseudo-name, Landlord Exit Bill Act. Everyone's talking about the EPC. Buddy, none of that stuff has changed. You still have to give an energy certificate. What do you mean? EPC is not your law yet and included in this bill. Wait, what are you talking about, EPC? Wait, is he not on about... What are they talking about? EPC? EPC law. Minimum of energy efficiency standard. Domestic private rented property, minimum energy efficiency standard, landlord guidance. What are you talking about? This, what does he mean it's not in law? You need to give a fucking an EPC notice to your tenants. What is he on about? What does he mean? He doesn't even understand current tenant law, current landlord tenant law. What do you mean? Your home does have to be at a certain standard in terms of energy efficiency. What are you talking about? I was gonna say. Not putting discrimination in the ad wastes time for applicants who never had a chance in the first place. If nobody wants the place, then they have to redo the ad and relax their standards. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Everyone's saying, what about EPC? And he's just like, it's not law yet. It is. It was law 5 years ago. What do you mean? Unless they're talking about something else. What was the other thing that they could... Landlords in England will have a minimum EPC rating to let, and by 2030, all rentals need a C rating, with new tenancies by 2028. Oh, is that what they're talking about? They're talking about to get the standard up to C. Yeah, maybe that's what they're on about, Rob. I think that's what they're talking about. They're like, oh, when does it have to be a certain standard? It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't even make any fucking sense. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. Okay, chat. What a great stream. Thank you so much for all the support, all the financial, monetary support. That's really appreciated, as it always is. We are so close to hitting this dono goal. We are so close to hitting it. Literally, 35 quid is all we need tomorrow. So 7 people tomorrow donate £5 each, and then we've fucking done it, yeah? We have fucking done it. I have streamed 20 minutes more than I wanted to, and I'm very, very sorry, particularly to Al, who I texted today and said that we would be covering the Jimmy the Giant and Gary's Economics video. But I actually will be doing that tomorrow, so I'm sorry about that, Al. I texted you earlier, I missold the stream. You have a right to take me to court to demand your consumer rights, because I missold you this stream. So any money that you lost watching this stream, any time that you lost, I need to compensate you for. Right? It's been good getting back to streaming after the week off that I had, not last week, but the week before. I'm really enjoying it again. I came here for sensible politics, not the woke mob. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, yeah, I've really been enjoying streaming again after the week off that I had. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. It's been really, really good. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support in general. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for just being here. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for lurking as well. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the bits. Don't forget, I have got I have got 2 YouTube channels. I've got socials. I've got a Patreon, and I'm writing a new video. Yeah, writing a new video. If you want updates on that, join the Patreon. Yeah, and right now we are gonna go and raid the one, the only Rhizome. So join us for a raid to Rhizome. Copy and paste the raid message, and I will see you all in that chat. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate you. Mwah, stay excellent to each other. Peace, peace, peace. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.